Hello, and welcome to another exciting edition of I Try and Win All the Money. I'm sitting in the middle of the table,
Crab here, coming back with another video.
which means that I have to keep moving my head, which is annoying, but hopefully we'll get an end seat in a minute.
This means he's not going to talk to us anymore when he streams?
Much less.
Much less. You can all. I will talk about you,
That's fine.
but not to you.
Hey, is this on your stream?
In general?
That's just quality content right there. That's good.
Crab, did you put it in general?
Oh yeah, I will do in a sec. It's on a 3-minute delay, so by the time I get it up and running, should be about the start. Give me a sec.
Wait, are you actually going to watch our poker game while you're sitting at this table?
Yes, because the comments he makes about my gameplay are hilarious.
It's good. Yeah, I'm just generally abusive about everyone at the table. It's fantastic.
I'm leaving. No.
Yeah, you should run.
Oh, I just did it. That's the good thing about not giving a shit about anybody or what they think.
Player folds. Raise. That's a call. Fold. Fold.
Does my hair look alright, Cooper, for
That's a
TV?
call. Call.
My hair look good? Alright.
Call. Here's the flop. Check. Check. Player checks. Check. Bet. That's a call. Call. Fold. Player folds. The turn. Check. Check. Bet. That's a call. Fold. The river. Check. Check. Showdown.
Right. So here we go. You're on a 3-minute delay. You join me as Unclear wins with a pocket queens. I don't know what happened.
Like my no bet? Love you. I saved you money.
So apologies for not being on an end seat yet. We'll try and get one in a minute. Let's have a little look around the table, see who we're up against. We've got Mr. Fold, who is zero cool. There's no mug. We've got Unclear. To another exciting edition of I Try and Win All the Money. Is masturbating at me as we speak. In the middle of the table.
Wait, I'll just start doing it over here.
Unclear.
What's going on here? Who did this shit?
Who's now next to
What do you think
Cubid.
about season 7 of Survivor?
What the?
Remind me who's in season 7.
Who did
Rupert?
that? Oh, you did it.
Chubby guy.
The flop.
Super awesome. Is that where he started the season by stealing
Player
shoes?
checks.
Oh yeah, he was
We've
doing a
got
bunch of stuff when
Mooses.
people could
So
left
good.
it.
That's one of my favorite things that's ever happened. He traded people's shoes in for supply.
Yeah, that was really funny.
That
I was,
that
yeah.
instantly endeared him to the nation when he did that.
I read like a list of ranking from like the one of the top.
Just going to turn them down a touch so that I can talk over them. We've got Mooses, who is currently in the lead for the ring and knows what he's doing as well. We've got Daxid, we've got Mike, and we've got Semi. So
There is some,
that's a decent lineup.
I like Boston Rob.
We've got 30 million in front of us, which is not quite the most on the table. I'm about 50 million behind Mooses for the ring, maybe a little bit less. So it makes sense to have everyone covered at the table. So I'll add another 10 million on. Be unfortunate to win a big pot and not win enough to go top of the leaderboard at the moment. If I can just have a look at that. Apologies for looking upwards. Mooses is on 109 million. I'm on 71 million. And there's a couple of people in the 60s. So I'm 38, 40 million behind for the ring. So we'll give it a go.
You have a mic. You seem like a nice guy. prick.
20 winners coming back, but you can't watch
Call.
that because then you'll know who won every season before that.
Right, so we've got Queen 10 on the big
True.
blind. We've got a limp from Zero Cool. We've got a
You
limp
only
from
know
Unclear.
one of the winners that would be on that season.
Player
So
folds.
Queen 10's a fine hand to check
That's
with
like
here,
a
but I would have
5
preferred to
for
raise it if they all limp at me.
for the game.
Now this is a good spot. So Mike's raised the button. Mike's going to raise the button incredibly wide. So I'm calling with Queen 10 purely because we're so deep. And if I hit, potentially I'll get a big hand. I need to be really wary if I hit top pair,
Who was the next
because
Jack?
top pair with
Season
Queen
1.
10 is not a very good hand and is extremely vulnerable to losing the big pot.
Names too.
So we need to flop very good here,
Fanatic.
and we haven't, so we're done with this hand already.
Check.
Interestingly, even if a 10 came on the turn, we'd be losing to Jack 9, a Queen, yeah. So Michael bet it will probably be a C bet with not a lot, but he takes that down, and yep, I've played that passively, but sometimes you just have to. Could have folded that pre-flop, but with all those people in the hand and Mike playing as deep as he is, that's absolutely fine.
Like trying to get like 5 people to form an alliance. You're pretty much set.
You'd think so, but
Unclear's having a little think about it,
Fold.
Some like club balls and all that.
and folds.
yeah, there's very,
That's how
very, very few cases ever where an alliance of 5, ended up in the final 5.
Chubby guy.
Super Someone in that alliance always. Is that where he
feels
started the season by stealing shoes? Group. So I'm gonna go.
Oh
with
yeah, he was
Tyler.
doing
We've
a
got
bunch of stuff. Some
mooses.
people
So
could have left
good.
it.
That's one of my favorite things that's ever happened.
You know my favorite
That's a
game show
call.
was that was like that. Remember the
Fold.
mole?
So,
Anderson Cooper before he
Fold.
hit CNN?
so hello, if you, oh, we've got a seat over there. Let's try and get that seat, because that'll be 1,000 times better for
Went away.
trying to
Yeah,
stream,
like,
because we can
I
see
like
the
him
table.
better. Yeah.
Social
I like him
deduction.
better.
Over him. We're right back at the table in a second. Currently in the lead with a ring, and knows what he's doing as well. We've got Daxid. So the reason I changed seats is because several reasons. Not just because it makes it better for streaming, but because if you're at the end of the table, you can see everyone without moving your head. And obviously, if you're staring someone down, it kind of gives them a clue that you're interested in what they're saying or what they're doing. If you sit at the end of the table, you can keep everyone in your field of vision and watch the entire table without any problems. So, Q comments about why I've changed seats. So, Moses is going to move over there.
Fold.
So he's scared, so he moved over there.
Yeah, so Moses moves over there, which is fair enough, to be honest. He doesn't want me on these left, and that's absolutely fine. And although I've moved primarily to get a better view of the table, you can't blame him for not wanting me on the other side of it, but I'm the guy who's trying to chase him down for chips, so it makes sense.
Fold.
That's perfect. He's on the other side of the table, so
Fold.
Scared of losing it?
we'll play half the pots against each other. Anyway,
The
but
flop.
now we've got a nice empty seat next to us, and hopefully someone who's nice and loose appears in this spot.
Player bet. Fold. That's a call. The turn.
More of a disadvantage to have crab directly.
Player
on my left.
checks.
So I unashamedly moved over here.
Check. The river.
Totally reasonable.
Check. Check. Showdown. Flush.
It is a huge disadvantage to have someone on your left, particularly someone on your left who's active in pots like I am.
I assume you moved for the better view of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these two seats, and for streaming, yeah, I've got to keep my head pretty still, so it makes it a lot easier. Really awkward if you're sitting there swinging your head about.
You have to really turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Raise.
Queen 7, raise from Cupid. Cupid's in the small blind. It's limped round to Cupid in the small blind. So he's raised. If you're raising from the small blind, his range should be a little bit tighter. So you should expect to see a reasonably decent hand from Cupid. We get a call from Semi and a call from Unclear. Cupid's range contains a lot more aces than anyone else's.
Player bet.
And he bets 350 into the, well, now 1.2 million pot.
Call.
Unclear calls.
Ace the turn.
Looking like that.
And that range is slam dunk Cupid. Although he's got to be a bit worried about Queen 10.
Bet.
But he's got Ace King, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Unclear folds. So maybe 10 Jack, maybe 10 Queen. So Cupid's taking it down, probably with the best hand, but definitely with the advantage of being the pre-flop raiser.
Call. Fold. Fold. Call. Fold. Fold.
Queen 6 is a nice easy fold.
The flop. Check. Fold. Check. The turn. Check. Check. The river.
So 0.
Bet.
Hey Vanda, how you doing? Good to see you. If you are in chat, I'm trying to get this Twitch affiliate thing. I need 5 people to talk at the same time. I don't know how they define at the same time, but if you wouldn't mind just typing hello in chat, it would probably help me achieve that goal.
I was going to be the coach of a tournament team. Would you be on my team?
Fold.
A coach of a tournament team?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
You could sign up for
Call.
any team.
Call.
I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm
Fold.
just theorizing tournaments and
Player folds.
potentially turning in some tournament ideas to
That's
them
a
to try
call.
them.
Check.
I'm down for
The
anything.
flop. Check. Bet. Call. Fold. Call. The turn. Check.
Alright, we're all set up now, so I should be able to keep my head pretty still.
Bet.
Apologies for moving around there for a bit. And we'll get on top of what's going on at the table.
Fold. Call. The river. Check. Bet. Fold.
Queen 7, raise from Cupid. Cupid's in the small blind. It's limped round to Cupid in the small blind, so he's raised. If you're raising from the small blind, his range should be a little bit tighter, so you should expect to see a reasonably decent hand from Cupid. We get a call from Semi and a call from Unclear.
Fold. Player folds. Fold. Fold.
Queen 6 is garbage.
Call. Call. Player checks. The flop. Player checks.
Mike limped the button.
Player checks.
Anyone could have anything here.
Fold. Fold.
Except Mike has 2 pair with Queen 2.
Fold.
I'm fairly sure that aces is quite a reasonable hand, so we're going to play this fairly strong. Unfortunately, I haven't been 3-betting a lot, so the more you 3-bet, the more likely you are to get paid with aces. Obviously, I haven't been playing for long at this table so far. So,
Call.
just as I say, I'm unlikely to get paid. I get called. The call by Semi means it's extremely likely Cupid will call with his entire range now, as he's got a much better price.
The flop.
Semi has position and Semi's pretty tight.
Check.
That's a pretty good flop for me. I've also got the ace of clubs as a backup. We're going to bet
Bet.
just over half pot. We're only losing 2 sets here, so 7s, 2s and 10s. Cupid can have ace 10, he can have ace 7, he can have a flush draw. Wouldn't be the nut flush draw. He can have 8, 9. If he's got pocket 9s or pocket 8s, he's in a fun little spot because he probably has to call. But most likely he's just got 2 decent cards and
Player
folds.
folds. You win.
Could check back there on the flop and check it through and see if Semi bets, but there's a load of cards that are going to bring straights. You want to price, give a bit of a difficult price to. There's unlikely to be many flush draws out there that they're chasing because I had the ace of clubs.
Fold.
So just bet and hope they've got something decent that they can call with. And there's no harm at all in taking that down. So we
Raise.
follow up aces with ace king.
Three bet.
Mike's been pretty active and has 3-bet there.
Call. Fold.
That could be a really big hand, or it could be just a squeeze. Now this pot's getting big. So this is, if I call with ace king here, I've got no idea where I am and I've weakened my hand. We've got 1.8 million in the pot. So let's crank it up a notch.
Raise.
If Mike shoved all in, I would fold here. And if he makes a significant 5-bet, I'll fold. Well, it does make it difficult for the others to come along. If Mike calls, it eliminates aces from his range. It doesn't mean he can't have kings, but now if I hit the ace on the flop, it should be good. Let's put Semi along with us. I say Semi's pretty tight. You can see there, 21%. And now we've got a big pot.
The flop.
And that's as good a flop as I'm going to get. Obviously, kings, queens, jacks are now behind. I'm only losing to ace 10, 10s and 4s. And if that's the case, I'm going to lose a huge pot here.
Bet.
So we're going to make it difficult for ace queen and ace jack. If there's a flush draw, they're going to have to come along.
Call.
And I've got the king of diamonds as a backup and protection against the flush draw.
Player folds.
So,
The turn.
oh, well, that's not a good card. I'm going to check call, give ace queen, ace jack a chance to bet.
Check.
But obviously if Mike's got jack 10, which is definitely in his range, I'm in a world of pain here.
Player bets.
The 5 million suggests that he's got an ace rather than the 10. So we're going to check call and check call with the river as well.
Call.
So I've got my plan in place for the river. The bottom line is I've only got one pair here. Backdoor flush draws come in. Unlikely to have it.
Showdown.
And there we go.
Pair.
And ace jack. So yeah,
You win.
I was unlucky. Oh, he was unlucky there that he had the diamond draw as well. And obviously I had the blocker to that with the king, which was handy, which is why he called the flop. And he's checked back on the river, which is absolutely the right thing to do. If he bets there, he's only getting called when he's beat, and I'm going to check raise him fairly often if I've got a 10 somehow. So yeah, good check back by Mike. Now, I won the big pot there because I 4-bet the ace king pre-flop. Sorry, yeah, 4-bet the ace king pre-flop. If I'd have just flatted it, the pot wouldn't have got anything as large, and potentially someone else could have come along who had a 10. So yeah, don't be afraid to 4-bet, and don't be afraid to 4-bet with the intention of folding. I've got a tricky decision there. If Mike bets a lot larger on the turn, I'll probably call anyway because Mike's a good enough player to make a move there. If he's got well, actually he was slightly hampered by the fact that he had the ace. If he just had the, say, king queen of diamonds, and I know I had the king of diamonds, it would have been a great spot to make a really big bet on the turn. But yeah, he was in a nasty spot there.
Call. The turn.
And probably the fact that he bet the turn stopped me betting the river. If Mike had checked the turn, I would have bet 10 to 15 million on the river to try and make it look like I was bluffing and trying to steal it. And then he probably had to call. So the 5 million on the turn has actually saved Mike a bit of money.
Fold.
So that's ace king for you.
Fold.
So Cupid had pocket nines on the hand that was a 10 high flop, which I think we said if he had 8s and 9s, he had a tricky decision to make, and he's made the right one there.
Call. Fold.
And they've all gone quiet, so well, Cupid hasn't gone quiet. Cupid is quiet, but we know Cupid's watching. Not sure if anyone else is. Mike probably is. Which does make this a bit odd when you're talking, knowing maybe that what you're going to be saying is going to be heard by them a few minutes later. So
Player folds.
not going to call there.
Fold.
Well, that was a decent pot actually. Let's see how much we won.
Here's the flop. Player check.
We won 20 million. Oh, we're not too far behind now.
Bet.
Another 20 million, and we're possibly in the lead for the ring. Which would be nice. I won it last week, which was number 7. It would be nice to get to 10 at some point, or even 11, so that it creates a challenging problem for the devs.
Call. Raise. Fold.
So again, semi-links, again moves as raises. He's in late position, knocks out a couple of people, knocks out me in the blinds, and it comes back to Mike. in the big blind.
Raise it.
So Mike is going for it at the moment. He's raised to 400,000. Moose is going to call that every time.
The flop. Check. Player checks.
So Semi's limped and cold called a 3-bet there.
Bet.
Can't endorse that as a play. Mike
Call.
checks.
Call.
I'm completely at a loss to where Semi is in his hand. This is very unusual. I mean, he can have a 5. He can have, if he's got 5, 6, he's very happy right now. He can have a set even. He can have a full house.
Player checks.
If he has, he shouldn't check there, though. Very unusual hand, this.
The river.
I wouldn't even be comfortable with ace-jack. So I think if Mooses has got top pair there, he's done the right thing checking. This is a very odd position. I think Mike can have queens, jacks, kings. He can have 10s. If he's got 10s, we'll see a bet here.
Check.
Be interesting to see all 3 hands on this river.
Fold.
Mooses must have had king, queen or similar. And yeah, Mike did have kings. It felt like that from the get-go. Dimes are just put in chat. It's nice to see me getting some good hands. Yeah, aces and ace king. I can't grumble about that. And didn't win much on the aces, but good to see a big win on the ace king.
Fold. 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 Call. Check. The flop. Check. Check. Bet. Fold. Call. The turn. Check.
Oh, yeah, we'll do, Smiley. I think I know what you're looking for. So yeah, Smiley made a good point.
Bet. Player folds.
Yeah, Smiley made a good point. If you're in the top 10 on the all-time cash leaderboard, which is the leaderboard for all the money won and all the different individual rig leaderboards put together, then you know where you stand overall, and it's really nice to see that. You get your name up in lights in the lobby. But if you're less than 10th, you've got no idea where you are, which is a shame because it'd be good to chase the leaderboard and just move up and down the rankings. Be nice to be in the top 100 even, top 1,000. Give people something to chase and talk about. But there's no way of knowing unless you pop in or out of the top 10. And I suspect there's a lot of people in the 100 million to 200 million bracket who are sort of fighting a lot. So just the ability to type a command in the Discord maybe, or even and see where you are, or just type a command and see the top 500. Might be a nice touch. I can see why it wouldn't be a good thing to be everyone's ranking, because you've got to be careful of revealing how many people are playing the game. You've got to be careful about not discouraging people who've maybe lost a lot of money and turning them away. But maybe top 500, top 1,000 would be a good idea. So I'm bored with that with Smiley.
Fold. 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 Raise. Fold. Fold. That's a call. The flop.
I'm terrible at keeping my eye on the chat, so
Player checks.
hopefully I'll respond if you put a message in there. So it'd be really helpful if you could just put something in chat just to say hello, because it's one of the things that gets you the affiliate, is having people chatting while you're doing stuff. I might expect 250 into a 775,000 pot. Picks it up, and he'll bet that whether or not he's got an ace, whether or not he's got a 5. That's a good bet. Just going to stare at the sky for a second, because I've got a window up there that I need to bring down so I can see it. There we go. Yeah, I play with about 3 different windows open in the game environment, so I can see Discord, see Twitch when I'm running it, see the cards that are on the table. it's really useful to be able to see the desktop view of the game, so you don't have to keep looking at your cards, because every time you look at your cards, you give away information. So not doing that is helpful.
Call.
We have a raise by semi and a call by unclear. Was that a raise? No, sorry, there was a limp by semi, a call by unclear, a bet by Cupid again in the big blind, which gives him the stronger range, and a call by semi and unclear. So there's a lot of limp calling going on from semi. He's going to dribble away chips playing like that. King 10 just got there, which is a real possibility for unclear. Cupid's check back, which implies he's missed that either with a low pair or ace 10. King 10's a real possibility for unclear now. Oh, Queen 2, just top pair. Nicely done. A little bit surprised he called the pre-flop raise from Cupid. And that's good that he did, to be honest, because if you're going to limp, you've got to call a little bit wider.
He's all crying.
Fold.
That was some good acting right there.
Call. Call. Fold.
To pre-plan that.
I love that guy.
Fold. Call. Check.
Are you on that
Hope he
episode?
wins.
The flop.
Where
Yeah.
that happened, and then he go to the solo interview, and he's like,
Check.
"That's not even true."
Check.
Yeah,
Check.
I'm not at that point yet. I'm just at the point
Check.
where his buddy
The
and me,
turn.
just talking about.
Oh yeah.
Check.
They're
Check.
just laughing about it right now.
Check.
So
Bet.
I'm missing this hand because I've got a screen in
Call.
front of me.
Fold. Fold. The river. Player checks. Player bets.
Semi's betting there. You can
Call.
guarantee he's got something.
Showdown.
Yep,
Two pair.
Queen 3, 2 pair. Or 2 pair with the 5s. Semi's the kind of player who doesn't make many mistakes. You're not going to win any big pots off him. But he is going to be involved in a lot of different hands, just stabbing away. When he bets, it's not going to be a bluff. Well, at least not very often.
Raise. Fold. Fold. Call. Fold.
So a raise from Semi, as I say,
Fold.
people who limp a lot kind of give the game away when they raise, because their limping raise range and their raising range don't often overlap.
Call. The flop.
So you've got to say he's going to have 2 big cards or a medium to big pair here.
Check.
And if he bets, I'd say it's a medium to big pair. If he checks, I'd say it was big cards, because he's not the kind of guy
Call.
who continuation bets wise. Unclear can have a very wide range here. So he could have 7-9, he could have ace-8, he can have 9-8, he can have pocket 6s, he can have a flush draw, which would have just hit. So Semi is now betting what I'm going to assume is queens or better. Could even be jacks. And Unclear is calling, which means he probably hasn't got the flush. Could well have the 7-9, I think is a big favourite. 500,000 is a bit of a stab. So Semi's not folding much of his range, probably only ace-king.
Call.
I still think he's got a decent pair. And, oh, the flush for Unclear, very nice. Interesting call rather than raise on the turn, although he's possibly worried about the full house. Probably could have squeezed a tiny bit more value out of that. I suspect Semi had a big pair, so I don't think he was going anywhere. Maybe 10s, but maybe queens.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Yeah, thanks, Dimes. One of the things I was thinking of doing was, like, rather than just playing the cash table, in a week where maybe I'm not going for the ring, play sit and goes or spin and goes, or maybe combine the two.
Player checks.
And I'd also like to have a go at playing a 25-50 table and streaming that.
Bet.
And playing on one of those tables where people say you can't win because everyone goes all in every hand.
Fold.
Well, there is a way of beating them. So we can talk about that. 2 pair for Mike on the flop there, which is nice. Yeah, and the way to beat the small tables is to play tight and shovel your money in when you get a good hand, and not get upset when you lose. Because if you play tight
Player folds.
and you play good hands against people down at those levels, you'll win. It won't take. There's no point in doing anything fancy.
That's a call.
Save the fancy till you get up to the higher tables.
Fold.
So thank you for typing in the chat.
Raise.
Appreciate that.
Call.
I suspect that might get us to where we need to
Call.
be in terms of affiliate
Here's
status.
the flop.
I think then I've just got to stream 3 times in a week, and I get unlock whatever the next thing is.
That's a call.
But I am very lazy, so
End of turn.
whether I do that or not is open to question.
Check. Check. The river.
Not a very big pot here, 1.3 million.
Bet.
Everyone's gone absolutely silent. Scary.
Raise.
Huge bet. If that isn't King Queen, then I'm a monkey's uncle.
Fold.
King Queen semi. King Queen. King Queen. King Queen. Yep, King Queen. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if you called that. He went, yeah, I thought you might call it. So yeah, and that's the thing. If you are going to play tight and you're going to play passive, you're not going to get called with your big hands.
Fold.
When you do get called with your big hands, it's because someone's got an even bigger hand because they're onto you. I mean,
Raise.
a lot of people are oblivious to what's going on. But if you find you're getting your big hands cracked all the time, it's
Fold.
because you're effectively playing your hand face up, which means that your raising range is very transparent.
Raise.
Moses, on the other hand, balances his range. So if you watch High Stakes Saturday last night, he 4-bet with ace-8. Now, if you've got a 4, I mean, admittedly that was playing a lot deeper than this. If you can 4-bet with ace-8, that means right now he could have aces, kings, queens, but he can have ace-8, ace-3, ace-2, king-jack, 7-8. So possibly ace-jack's winning there, but because he's made a strong 3-bet, I don't want to call with my ace-jack and run into ace-queen, ace-king, aces, etc. So I'll fold. But I'm not folding for the same reasons I would against semi. I'd rather call the 3-bet from Moses with 7-8, with 9-10, with a middling pair that I can hit a set with, than with ace-jack, which is a hand which is going to give me a real good opportunity to stack myself. So
Call.
being loose and being more aggressive does mean you're going to lose some big pots, but you're going to win a lot more than that. If you didn't see High Stakes Saturday last night, Moses was playing against Exotic Tim on Exotic Chaotix account, and 4-bet ace-8 to, I can't remember the exact figure, but it was a really big 4-bet. He was then 5-bet with ace by aces with Tim and folded, which was really good for him because it kind of showed that he was capable. He showed the cards were seen obviously on the stream. It showed he was capable of doing that.
Call.
If people know you're capable of 4-betting with ace-8, you're going to get paid off when you get aces. As it was, he got kings on the next hand and won a decent pot.
Call. Here's the
And
turn.
it's why Jordan is so difficult to play against again, because he's so so aggressive with the bottom end of his range and with the top end of his range. I think Unclear's trying to explain something there. He's saying to Mike, please bet, Mike, please bet.
Mike, I caught. It's my range of hand. I won this hand.
Check.
Don't bet it.
Showdown. Straight.
Open-ended it in the club draw. It was just, I love you.
Unclear charitable donation to Mike, or kind of reverse charitable donation because Mike could have lost a lot more money there.
Pocket queens, it still gives you the straight with the shit cards.
Call.
Incredible.
You know that's my range. And
Mike's having a tough evening this evening. That nearly made it a lot worse.
I would have played those 2 cards as well.
Who's this?
I didn't want you to overbet, and then I would have had the raise or would have. No, you're my friend. I love you.
Those boards have been coming out for
Raise
me
it
all
up.
night. That's why I'm like 40 million down at one point.
Fold.
Hi, Alexander.
Call.
Obviously, Unclear was genuine with Mike there, but unfortunately, sometimes you might say something like that to somebody and they think you're
The flop.
trying to get away with a check. Not the case in Unclear's case, I know.
Player turn.
So you've got to be careful there because you could induce exactly the behaviour you didn't want. Now, if this was for real money, you would get in trouble in a casino for soft playing. But this is not a casino. And it's not chip dumping either.
Call. Fold. The turn. Check. Player bets.
Moses bets 1.5 million to 3.6 million pot. Cupid, I missed a bit of the action there. I'm assuming Muses was the aggressor as he's on the button. Cupid's range, if he is in the big blind calling an initial pre-flop raise, which I think is what happened, does include 4-5, interestingly here. It also includes 2-3, pocket 2s, pocket 3s, pocket 6s. It doesn't include jacks.
Player fold.
He may have had a 6 or a hand of that nature in that spot. And was thinking about a call because Muses, I think, bet the flop and then bet the turn. And he'll do that with strong hands, and he'll do that with not a lot as well, just to keep pushing the action. And Cupid knows that. Now, both of those guys are thinking several levels deep into the hand, which is why you get interesting spots like that. And they've both played each other enough to know that the other one's thinking that. If you're not careful, you start leveling yourself, which is when you start convincing yourself that the other person is bluffing here because they're capable of it, or if I raise here, they'll work. Now, sometimes you just got to play the percentages rather than getting involved in these crazy leveling wars. But two players who know what they're doing are always interesting to watch, which is why it was interesting watching Muses and Tim last night playing each other, because there was quite a few levels to the thinking.
And the turn.
Up until the wheels fell off at Tim's game and he started trying to bluff with 7-2 off.
Check. 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 The river.
We've hit 10 viewers. That's nice. Let me know how the sound is, because I've been fiddling with the sound settings on my computer. This is not the same mic I was using last night on High Stakes Saturday, which was a bit quiet, which I didn't know because I couldn't get any feedback through the screen. There were problems with the technology. If I do commentate on High Stakes Saturday again, I will have that fixed. And that's a straight for this fella who I don't know very well. His name is Mickley Knight. I've played against him before, but I don't remember a great deal. Yeah, nothing particularly of note in those stats to give any clues. The fact that I've played him before and don't remember him implies that he doesn't play particularly loose. This fella Alexander, I don't think I've played with before.
Call.
Entirely possible that I haven't based on those stats. What was his percentage? 38% of hands won. Right, so we've got to assume he's going to be a wee bit loose. Ace Jack, everyone kindly limps to me. I'm out of position, so I'll raise a little bit bigger than normal to 300,000. I'll get a call there from Unclear.
That's a call.
I'll put a fold here, so we're now heads up with Unclear. And he could have hit that. Have I got the Ace of Spades? Yep. Ace of Spades means I bet. Without the Ace of Spades, I don't.
Bet.
Because I've got a backdoor to the nut flush, and it means that he can't have a draw to the nut flush. He can have a 6 here, he can have a 10 here, he can have a 7, he can have a 9, he can have 2 pair. I'm pretty much done with this hand at this point.
The river.
Queen on the river is a good card for me. Unless he's got... I don't even know what hand I'm beating here.
Showdown.
That was it. About the only hand I was beating. 5-7. So no point betting there, because I don't think much that's hit the board is folding. Could have thrown in a bet. It felt like he had a weak hand or a draw. I couldn't see any draws that had missed other than that one. But yeah, decent little pot with ace high. Another raise from Muses. The hands you get are a whole lot more interesting when you've got people raising routinely rather than limp, because you get more heads up pots, which have any more interesting dynamic. You get larger pots, and there's a lot more to talk about because the ranges of the hands are a lot more defined as soon as someone raises. Now with Muses at the table, myself, nice, and Cupid, you're going to get a lot of raised pots. I think that's King 8 of Spades. So yeah, pre-flop raise, continuation bet, take it down. Can't argue with that at all. Alright, 6-4 off on the button. Do we get fruity here?
Raise.
We do not. If it had gone limp, then we probably would have raised on the button there to just apply a
That's
bit
a
of
call.
pressure. And it's tempting to call there, but what am I hoping is going to come on the flop? I would
Fold.
literally need to pick the cards out of the deck.
Fold.
So Midnight's called, who appears to be a little bit tighter. So his range includes a lot of big cards, a lot of medium cards.
The flop.
Cupid's raised, so he's got a lot of kings there. There's a flush draw out there. They
Check.
should continuation bet a huge percentage of his range. When you're the pre-flop raiser, one big card and two little cards is very, very good for you because you're really only losing to the sets at that
Player
point
bets.
and some weird low card 2 pairs, and you're going to have a lot more of the big card than your opponent.
The river.
Thank you, Dimes. Yeah, I'll turn down the table a little bit.
Player
I'll
bets.
turn only because I don't like talking over
Call.
people and crossing the body.
Showdown.
I'll turn them back up a little bit.
Flush.
Oh, very nice, Cupid. So backdoors his way into the flush. And Midnight had 10-3. Right, that's a surprise. So he's called that pre-flop raise with 10-3 suited. So I don't get what's going on there. And then he checked the flop as well. So if you're going to call the pre-flop raise with 10-3, bet the flop.
Call.
When it's checked to you by the pre-flop raiser.
Fold.
So good hand for Cupid.
Call. Player folds.
Let's turn up the
Call.
table a little bit.
The flop.
Just a tiny
Check.
bit. There we go. Turn down the table noise.
Check. Check. Player
So where are we in terms of money? We are at 91 million for the week, and our bankroll is at 1.924.
Player
Is
folds.
that right? Yeah,
Fold.
1.924,
The river.
which is okay.
Player checks. Player bets.
500,000 on the river from
Fold.
Cupid. Takes it down. Yeah, I played on the high stakes Saturday towards the end of the stream. Played a few pots, lost 25 million. Nothing to write home about. I lost one decent pot to our Dizzle when I tried to bluff with Jack 4 for the memes. Don't do that. And that was about it.
Player
Yeah.
folds.
I was quite tired at that point.
Fold. Call. That's a call. Player checks. The flop. Player checks. Check. Bet. Fold. Player folds. That's a call. The turn. Player checks. Bet.
That's a strange little bet. Oh no, the flop pot's not too big.
Raise.
Check raise by Cupid should either be 5-7 for the straight or the flush. If he's got the flush, 2-card flush, he hates that river.
Bet.
If Midnighter's got the king, the naked king of clubs, he's thrilled. Awkward spot for Cupid. Of course, if he has got the king of clubs, he's just debating how much to raise this. Someone's flicking a lighter in my left ear.
Fold.
Strongly suspect that was the 5-7 for the straight. And that was the jack of clubs. So Midnighter's playing a little bit loose. So we should be able to relieve him of his chips at some point.
Fold. Call. Fold.
If this gentleman doesn't stop flicking that lighter, I will have to switch off props.
Check. The flop. Player checks. Check. Check. The turn. Check. Bet. Call. Fold. The river.
Pot is 400,000. Nothing's happened. Bet from Midnighter. Mike folds.
Player folds.
Yeah, I'm going to mute Pops before I jump across the table and strangle him, which is generally frowned upon in these games. killing your fellow players. Don't get me wrong, he deserves it, but I'm strong enough not to do that.
Fold.
Oh.
Call.
Oh, little freeze there. Please come back.
Check. The flop.
Game froze for a second there as I muted the
Check.
props. King 6, I mean, everyone's limped on the,
Check.
I'm in the big blind. I could raise there and apply a bit of pressure, but I'm seeing a free flop with King 6. Unless I
Check.
trips on the flop or 2 pair, I'm not even going to bet the king
Player
high.
checks. The river.
King on the river. Have I got the 6 of spades? I do not.
Player checks.
Alexander's doing some weird kind of I'm going to bet motion here.
Bet.
Probably to try and stop Mike betting, which
Call.
probably means Alexander's got the queen of spades.
Fold. Fold. Showdown.
No, he's got the ace of spades. Yeah, that was odd. Quite why he wouldn't re-raise there. He's only losing the full houses. One time in 50, someone's got a full house there, but how they managed to get to the river without any action and a full house there, I don't know.
Big hands.
So he's missed out on a big bet there.
Fold.
So that gives us the opportunity to peg
Call.
Alexander as not the strongest player in the world.
Player folds.
Also, just look at those chips.
Crab starts streaming.
Raise it up.
It
Player
got boring,
folds.
so I just turned on TikTok and
Call.
then just watched videos.
Gotcha.
Call. The flop. Player checks.
So yeah, so
Check.
generally speaking,
The turn.
you can learn a little bit about people initially from how they stack their chips. Well, it might be that they've only just started playing the game, but most poker
Bet.
players who
Call.
have been playing for a while tend to have pretty ordered chip
Player
stacks, and you can
folds.
see that with Mike,
The
with
river.
myself. You'll see it with
Check.
Cupid. The people who are a little less skilled tend to have a bit more chaotic. Not always. There's a few. I mean, Jordan, I don't think does anything to his chips. Look at Moses. He's stacked his chips beautifully. So it's a bit of a. Don't pay a huge amount of attention to it, but if you do see someone not bothering to stack their chips, it's one of the factors you can use to make a snap judgment about them. But as I say, easily overridden by more
Raise.
pertinent information. Another moves us straight back in the table, raising.
Call.
Now this
Fold.
is a fun spot to put in a 3 bet
That's a call.
because I'm on the button.
Raise.
If I can get Mooses to fold, then the rest should
Player
follow.
folds.
And even if they don't, I'm in position.
Fold.
If he 4 bets, I'll just fold. Hopefully Mooses folds because that should create a domino effect. If he calls, then I'll get at least one other call. And we'll play it by ear on the flop. But in the same way as I said Mooses' range was balanced in terms of 3 bets, my range is balanced here by occasionally doing this with 9-7. If he 4 bets me, I fold like a
Raise
napkin,
it up.
unless he does it small. So there was a lot of Hollywood there. I don't think that's weak Hollywood. And it's good for him to know that I can fold a 3 bet
Fold.
because it encourages him to 4 bet light somewhere down the road. So
Player folds.
I'll think for 5 seconds and then we'll throw the cards in. I mean, it's not the worst odds actually, 2.5 million, but he's got enough overpairs in his hand that that's not a strong enough hand to call. If I had 9-8 suited, I'd probably call there and see how we go. So now he knows I can 3 bet fold. Hopefully next time I 3 bet, I've got aces, kings or queens and he thinks he'll have another go. Of course, he may have had aces, kings or queens himself, in which case, all very standard.
Fold.
But the reason I 3 bet there wasn't because Mooses raised, it was because there were 2 calls behind the raise, which meant that if I won the pot pre-flop, which is happening a decent chunk of the time, that's worth doing.
Fold.
So you don't need to win there too often to make that worthwhile. And I've managed to give the impression that I'm a little bit more aggressive than I actually am
Check.
by 3 betting there.
Check. The turn.
Sorry.
Bet.
Yep, dimes. J4, Jack 4 is rapidly becoming my enemy. I'm just going to
Raise.
fold it every single time from now.
That's a call.
I'm not buying into the hype.
Fold. Here's the river. Fold. That's a call. Call.
Right, I'd see ace 8 in that spot is
That's a
just
call.
slightly too weak to raise there because
Call.
I'm going to get called by all the bigger aces. If an ace hits, I lose a bit more.
Call.
It's too strong to fold, so
Flop.
if no one had raised, I would have raised. But with a limp ahead,
Player
that is the
check.
rare occasion where
Player
I'll
check.
call a limp.
Player
I'm
check.
still not open limping,
Check.
but I will call
Check.
a limp in that spot.
Check.
If I'm
Here's
on the button
turn.
there, there's fewer people
Check.
behind, so I'll probably raise it. But the middle
Check.
suited aces are weird.
Check.
Ace 6, ace 7, ace 8, ace 9. Right, I picked up a nice bit of equity here with my nut flush draw,
Bet.
so we're going to bet it. We don't mind if we get
Fold.
called, we don't mind if they fold.
Fold.
If we get re-raised big, we fold. But we shouldn't get re-raised big, because unless someone's
Fold.
slow playing, I
Fold.
don't even know what they could slow play there.
Call. The river.
Right, so there's a lot of draws that have missed, all the diamond draws. Jack 9,
Bet.
I can get ace 4 to fold, I can get all sorts to fold
Player
there.
folds.
So
You win.
we pick up a reasonable pot with ace, because I bet the turn, I get to bet the river. The 2s are blank unless he's got specifically ace 3 or 3-6, which he hasn't got that often compared to all the Jack 9s, all the missed flush draws, and the little raggy aces
Fold.
that have hung around.
Fold.
So this is all going to
Call.
plan.
Call.
So far at least, and we are up
Raise
to 90 million for the week. I think we lost a little hand, went back a spot. So there's 2 ways to win this ring. One is for me to win another 20 million, and the other way is for Mooses to lose 20 million. So
Call.
if he's in a hand, I'm sorry, Mooses,
Call.
I'm rooting against you.
That's a call. The flop.
So lots of callers. Real possibility
Player
someone's
check.
got a 6 out there. Mooses can have a big hand. Your aces, kings,
Player
queens, but he should still bet the flop with almost the entirety of his range. Although actually, when it gets 5-6 way,
Check.
I don't continuation bet anything
Check.
like as often, so you
The
can't
turn.
blame him for checking there. Now the chances of someone having a full house are really high.
Check.
5 people, or 4 other people in the hand, that's 8 cards,
Bet.
which is a quarter of the cards left in the deck.
Fold.
And there's 1,
Player
2,
fold.
3, 4 cards that give them full house.
Fold.
So really good chance that someone's got a 6 or a 3.
Fold. Fold.
9, 10, under the gun,
Call.
in the muck it goes.
Fold.
It's 12:20 here. I'm not sure how long I'll go this evening. I've got to be up for work in the morning. And it's a long walk
Raise it up.
downstairs. Another raise by Mooses.
Call.
Late position again. Good stuff.
Fold.
Call from Unclear on the button.
That's a call.
Call
Call.
from Mitlinator and a call
The
from
flop.
Mike who limped. So again, Mooses has found himself in a 5-way pot raising. So he's the
Check.
aggressor. He's still in position. You'll notice he's raising a lot more hands when he's in position than when he's out of position. That's exactly as it should be because he gets the initiative after the flop. Although in this case, he was called on the button by Unclear,
That's
who's
a call.
called that continuation
Fold.
bet.
Fold. The turn.
King's a good card for Mooses,
Check.
although clearly not in this case, unless he's
Player bets. Fold.
felt maybe an ace 10. I think might be ace 10 on the thing. I can't see what Unclear had there. 9-2. So very nice bet on the turn. He's picked up a bit of equity with the flush draw and he's bet that, which is lovely. The call of the pre-flop raise is a little bit more questionable with 9-2 on the button. But again, if you're going to call with hands like 9-2, you've got to then, you can't just sit and wait for them to smack the deck hard. You've got to
Call.
push very hard when you get a little bit of equity like that. So Mooses showed weakness with the check on the turn.
Call.
Gives Unclear the opportunity to bet
Fold.
and take it down.
Call.
And quite right that Mooses showed weakness there. It was a 5-way pot. It was
Fold.
extremely likely someone had hit it.
The flop.
Just
Check.
because you fire
Check.
one bullet doesn't mean you have to fire the rest of them.
Player checks. Player checks. The turn. Check. Bet.
Bet from Mike is 200,000 into the 1.1 million pot. I missed. I think this was limped pre-flop.
Call. Call. The river.
Lord knows what's going on here.
Check.
Mike will bet again. He can easily have an ace. He can easily have nothing
Bet.
and just be carrying on betting. Both are fine. And Millionaire was obviously chasing some kind of draw. Because if he had anything, that was a standard call. It's watching how often people raise pre-flop and 3-bet. Gives you so much information about how they play. And people think that limping gives them the opportunity to see lots of pots. Limping,
Player
if you
folds.
limp a lot, it weakens your raising range so much. So
Call.
if you are a limper, you've got to be really wary that when you do raise, you're not going to get as much action
Fold.
as you would if you didn't raise.
Player checks.
Sorry, as if you didn't limp.
The flop.
Because you're basically saying
Bet.
most of the hands I play aren't good enough to raise. Now, some people try and cover that up by limping with kings and aces, but you're going to get your aces and your kings busted a lot more often than if you limp than if you raise. And you might get that occasional slow played hand when you make a load of money, but you're not going to get value out of them as often as possible, as often as you would if you raised, rather. Right, Dridge is at the table. Dridge plays very aggressively and does not afraid to get his money into the middle with absolutely nothing, so that's good for us. He's also on the left of Mooses, which could give Mooses a few problems
Call.
because he's going to be acting immediately after him.
Call.
And as much as we want to win chips, we are also keen that Mooses moves down the leaderboard.
Call. Fold. Call. Check. The flop. Check. 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 Here's the turn. Check. Check. Fold. Check. Bet. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Now, the leaderboards reset in the UK something like 3-4 a.m. I won't be staying up that late. I've done it before and had a tough day the next day, so I won't be staying up that late. Hopefully we get a chance to win a big pot and set a target, and if he gets beaten, he gets beaten. Can't be staying up the duration tonight. Right, limp, limp, limp. I've got kings. I'm in late position. I'm going to raise to 300,
Raise.
which is a standard bet plus a little bit because there's already some limpers. So my standard bet's usually 225 in late position, and I add up to 100,000 if there's limpers. There's loads of limpers. I might even go as high as 400,000. Mike calls on the button. We've now got a chain reaction where everyone's going to call. So we're now in a 5-way pot with kings, with Mike left to act behind me. Mooses obviously checks. And this is an interesting flop. Now I'm only beaten by 3 here and pocket queens. No one's got pocket queens. If someone's got a 3, we hopefully can sniff that out. So we're going to bet anyway. We're not going to be afraid of the 3. But of course, Jack Queen, King Queen, Queen 10, Queen 9, all have to call. There's no draws. So if I'm being called, it's either by a middle to low pair, a 3, or a queen. I'm only losing to one of those combinations, and there's a lot fewer queens and everything else. Sorry, a lot fewer 3s and everything else. So let's see if we can get a Queen 10 or a Queen Jack to call. We don't want to bet so big as we lose them. Obviously, pocket 6's just got there as well.
Call. The river.
Well, now we are losing to those queens, so we're going to have to check call and hope it's a mid pair. Mike's got a queen, he's going to bet large here.
Showdown.
Oh, he's got the 3. The queen saved me.
Goddamn queen.
Wow, and he had the 6 as well. Fortunately, I put you on a queen all the way through, mainly, so It did. Because of the problem, unless you bet huge.
Bet off him on the river.
Absolutely.
Because I hit the 6 and the
Player
3s.
folds.
Oh, the 6 was rubbing it
So
in.
full house. Yeah. But
Yeah.
when the other queen comes up, if you have a queen, I'm done.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the queens take out my full house.
That's a call.
No, if that was a
Call.
9 or a
But
10
would
or whatever.
Brad really have checked the queen to you is the question.
Had that been any
Fold.
other card, you would have thrown
Player
more money
checks.
in there.
The flop.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
Player
Yeah,
checks.
depends. A lot of the deck I would have done. Yeah.
Check. Player checks. Bet.
Yeah, Mooses makes a good point. What would I have done if I had the
That's a
queen? So
call.
if I played ace queen
Player
there,
folds.
I would have bet the flop the same. I would have played
Fold.
the turn the same. Would I have checked the river
Player
when another
folds.
queen came? The answer is probably no, because at that point I want the call from the 3s. So whereas there's not much
Bet.
betting back at me, because what's going to bet if I
Fold.
check? So probably maybe even a 3, exactly like Mike did, checks back. So actually, yeah, good point from Mooses. Would I have checked the queen there? And the answer is probably no.
Fold. Fold.
And
Player folds.
just one of the things, and again, it genuinely is not something I think about. My king, or don't normally think about, because the hand played itself. My king's just got cracked by 6-3. There's not a flicker of, oh my god, that was an injustice, or oh my god, how are you playing 6-3 there? What I'm really thinking is, great, my raises are called by 6-3. That's good. I'm in the lead. Not very often that they're going to hit the 3. It's extremely
Raise.
unlikely they're going to hit the full
Fold.
house on the turn there. Good. I want people
Call.
playing against me with 6-3.
That's a call.
So
The
yeah,
flop. Player checks.
I played the hand 100%
Player checks.
correctly. Move on to the next one. And if I'm in that spot 50 times, I'll make a lot of money.
Bet. Fold. Player folds.
So we only lost about 3 million on that hand. The bet on the river would have been another 3 million. A pot size bet on the river from Mike, I have to call. I can't fold it. He's going to have a queen more often than anything else, as we said. He's occasionally going to have a missed flush draw. Diamonds. He's occasionally going to have some sort of middling pair.
Call.
And I think if I do start folding there,
Call.
what am I going to call with? I'm literally only calling with the queens.
Call. Fold. Call. Check. The flop. Check. Check.
So I said Dridge played loose, but he's been here for 5 or 6 hands now and hasn't really played a hand yet. So we'll keep an eye on him.
Fold.
He's staring up at the sky. So is he paying attention?
Fold.
If someone's not paying attention, not playing many hands, and suddenly they play a hand,
Fold.
it might be they finished the phone call they were on. Or it might be that they've got a cracking hand that they can't afford to just let go. So worth watching, that kind of thing. Whereas someone who's playing every hand, obviously he's playing a wider range.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Thunder is coaching Mike from the rail. Stop playing trash cards. He's doing it for the cameras, Thunder. He wants to make the highlight reel.
Fold. 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 Call. Player checks. The flop. Check. Bet. Fold.
He flopped. Happens sometimes. Weird little glitch where you can't grab the Twitch
Fold.
chat menu.
Call. 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 Check. The flop. Check.
I think it was suited.
Check.
Mike's Mike was on the button, which is one factor. So there was several limps, and I've raised in late position. So he's on the button. He's got that in his favour. So his range pre-flop in early position isn't as wide. But yeah, absolutely, Mike will play only 2 cards in the right spot. He won't do it willy-nilly. He's not just calling every raise, but if he thinks there's a big pot out there to be won, he will. I don't think that's a long-term winning strategy. Let's put it this way: as part of his, Mike's a winning player in the long run, but I think there's a hole in his strategy there if you're playing that kind of hand too often, because you're not going to think the full house too many times. Maybe if everyone else had folded and I showed weakness on the flop, he can take it down even if he doesn't hit the 6-3 sometimes. So there's worse things than that, but yeah, it's pretty loose.
Raise.
Mooses again, and it's the same size raise every time from Mooses, there or thereabouts, which is good.
Player
Played someone last night who was raising 200,000, 200,000, 200,000, suddenly raised $1 million,
fold.
and they had aces. That
Call.
kind of behaviour makes you very
The
exploitable.
flop. Check. Player bets. Call. Call.
So I'm on a 3-minute delay with you guys, so
The turn.
every time I type, I have to sort of move my head about, which I'm trying to keep it pretty still, so I'm not making you feel sick watching.
Check.
So I'm responding to most of the chat in a 3-minute delay.
Bet.
3-6
Call.
suited is not a trash set.
Call.
If 3-6 suited is not trash, then what is trash?
You wouldn't go so low on your pre-flop bets.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't have to play a 3-6.
Shocking, absolutely shocking. Shocking behaviour.
Player
I knew you were
folds.
playing high, so if I hit low, I've got a chance of getting paid off really well. We're both deep stacked, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Showdown.
And I flopped a
Full
monster
house.
with it too.
Can't great.
No,
It worked.
I'm losing 300K, big deal, right? But then what I stand to gain is 10 times that in money.
Oh, easy. Yeah. 100
times.
times. 100 times if you win the whole stack. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Love playing with Mike.
Fold.
Awesome.
Call. Fold. That's a call.
Mike, with the way this table is playing right now, 3-6
Player
suited
folds.
is just fine. That's like about an average hand that's being played right now.
Well, not just that. It was only us that was in the hand, really.
Fold.
Everybody else had backed away. So I
Fold.
figured
Well, that
The flop.
Not really
that does
competing.
support your argument. See, 3-6.
not really competing.
Check.
Yeah, see?
So 3-6 is hot right now.
Fold.
Yeah, for anyone watching this who I do play with, I'm describing these hands according to I won't say
Fold.
properly optimized poker theory, but at least some well-established poker theories. That's not to say that playing other ways isn't fine, because of course it is. You play wherever you want, and people make it work for them. But I'm talking about a sort of
playing 94% of your hands.
standard optimized range. So we got a solid hand here in 7-2 offsuit. It's better than 6-3, so we'll be raising up here to about 1.5 million
Call.
or folding.
Player folds. Call.
Hey, look at the
Call. Check. Here's the flop. Check. 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 The turn.
Everybody checking the limp pot.
Bet. That's a call. Fold. Fold.
See you later,
Call.
guys.
Good
The
night.
river.
See you later, mate. Take care.
Night.
Thanks, guys.
Player bets.
50K. Here you go.
Call. Raise.
I may not have noticed that Mike was still in the hand.
Fold. Player folds.
That's one thing that can be good. At 10, Mike.
He made it so deep I had to see another card.
Yeah, I totally thought it was. I thought it was just us two when I called the 50K.
Fold.
Oh,
His
did
chip
you?
stack's so
Yeah.
tall it blocked your cards. I mean, I should just know
Fold.
anyways, but
Fold.
in that moment, I just didn't see it.
Call. Call. That's a call. Check. The flop. Check. Check. Player checks. Bet. Fold. Player folds. Fold. 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 Call. Player folds. Call. Call. Check. The flop. Check. Fold.
I feel you guys should know that I was trying to fold my hand,
Check.
not call it.
Check. The turn. Bet. Call. Fold. The river. Check. Bet. That's a call. Showdown. Two pair.
Nice.
Fold. Call. Raise.
You know what this table needs?
Player folds.
That seat right there. Della Vega. Is anybody on?
Jordan.
Is he?
That's a call.
Nah, I don't care about
Jordan
Jordan. I
here.
want Della. Is Della
Jordan
on?
here and
Call.
Della there.
Call.
Somebody
The
needs
flop.
to find my boy.
Check.
That's why this is getting boring.
Player checks.
We need one of these
Bet.
entertaining.
You need
people.
someone here to make fun of losers?
Fold.
What?
I said you need someone here to make fun of losers. That's all he ever does when I'm around him.
Fold.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
I don't think I'd
Yeah,
play with you the two of you at the same table.
He's actually pretty hard on Moser.
Is he really?
It's
Yeah,
okay.
it's actually it's kind of borderline on classy. He's that rough. I know he's trying to do it to be funny, but it gets to a point where it's not.
Oh, I just like the fucking guy. Had nothing to do with you. I've never seen it.
Call.
It's
Fold.
seriously not a big deal. It doesn't bother me at
Fold.
all. It's just amazing how persistent he is.
Call. Check.
It's
The
one of
flop.
those things where he's like, "See, I'm getting under your skin," but he's not. But then
Check.
if you deny that he's getting under your skin,
Player
then it
check.
seems like he's getting under your skin. So there's no winning for the person he's talking to. There's no way to win. Like I'm like, "You're
Bet.
not. I'm sorry, you're not." And he's like, "See, like
Fold.
how are
I
you
got
winning
you.
when if he's gonna
And then if
believe
you
what
say
he
yes,
wants to believe?"
then if you say
Fold.
yes, you are. This say
Yeah, if you say yes, you are. If you say
Fold.
no, you're. There's no winning.
Yeah, I think there's
This brings life to a the table. I really had no idea that you had a history.
No, it's seriously nothing. Like
Player
I completely
folds.
welcome him being invited in here. I was just commenting on the dynamic
Raise.
that it will happen.
Fold. Call. Call.
Really
I mean, I could
enjoy
consider it
playing.
my fault.
That's
I
a
can find a
call.
way for it to be my fault.
The flop. Check.
I just have to watch every little thing I say.
Player bets.
I really enjoy playing with Della. I just find he's a bit hard on you
Call.
in particular.
That's okay.
I like when Della and what's his face Dax are at the same table.
Oh.
And me and
Della,
we have a
Daxid.
blast together too.
Dax
Oh my
is
God.
very funny. Very funny. Very, very
Raise.
funny.
Dex is way more like calm and
Fold.
funny. Della just
Yeah, but I'm
wants
hyper.
to-
You know that. I'm a very hyper
Yeah,
personality.
Della's more
That's
your
a call.
style of
Yeah.
in your face.
Fold.
Where Dax
Good
is like
turn.
crowd. Calm and still fun.
Check.
And will occasionally give you the fuck you.
I am very funny. That is true.
Bet.
You're quite comical, man.
Call. And the river.
So yeah, so Dimes has asked in the chat there, do people get desensitized to my pre-flop raising? I think the good thing is they just expect me to raise. So I think people don't bet because if I'm on the button or in late position because they think I'm going to raise quite often, which is
Bet.
good. It also means when they do bet, I'm able to
Few people who can do what Crab has done around here.
narrow their range.
Or he takes everyone's money and he's still beloved.
Liked. Yeah.
Like usually those people are like a target, you know.
Hated. Yeah.
Not hated, but they're just like they get extra attention, you know, that's not necessarily always positive.
Showdown. One pair.
Oh, trust me, there's been a few, more than a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
That
they're
give you a little
bones.
extra attention just because you're the
Yeah. Oh yeah,
big
yeah.
stack.
People come for you. One name
I
in
haven't
particular.
really seen that with you.
Yeah, well they tend not to last.
Fold.
Deservedly so. You're pretty universally.
Did anybody
loved
read
around
this
here.
document that Smiley put together?
Player folds.
Oh, what's that?
He
Document
just
Fold.
posted it. He just posted it.
No, no.
Discord.
about bugs in the game. Or what?
Call.
No, we were talking about things that we'd like to see changed. He put this huge long
Raise it up.
I
document
wonder if it was
together.
just now.
Call.
Yeah, not too long
The
ago.
flop.
In the
Check.
See,
Probably
huge
inspired
list
by
of
our
all-
conversation earlier.
Yeah, it was. It was because remember he said he'd love to put something together.
Bet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. He's we were chatting
Player
yesterday. He's a developer, different type of
Exactly.
area to myself. But we were
He's
chatting
already
yesterday.
Done,
Yeah.
You know, some things for the game that
Yeah,
will make people listen when he writes something like that. So that's good.
This is a great.
definitely. He was
He did
asked.
it an hour ago.
Oh, good. He messaged me to say have a look.
Just over an hour.
I'll have a look in a little bit. That's really good. Lovely fella.
I hope it's all correct stuff.
No, it really is. It really is a lot of good shit in there.
Call. Fold.
That guy took
Fold.
my money left, huh?
He did. He did.
Son of a bitch.
Call. Call.
That's good.
I
So
think that's the first time that
The flop.
I've played kings and when I
Player
didn't let
checks.
go.
Check.
Usually I have no problem when I see ace letting a kings go. For some reason I just didn't believe
Check.
it. I don't know why.
Check.
Wasteman,
The turn.
I am
Hey everybody.
I am streaming. So please do not say fuck or bollocks.
Check. Check.
All right.
Fucking
Bet.
bollocks.
Say that or
Fucking
Oh.
Gonna give him the finger.
fucking bollocks is fine, but no fuck all
Fucking
bollocks.
bollocks. All
Oh.
bollocks.
Fold.
Fuck all bollocks, Dridge. Fuck all
Bollock?
the bollocks.
Fold.
My favorite hand.
I haven't seen a bollock
Love
in
that.
a long, long time.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, I don't know what a bollock is.
It's a testicle.
Eat your nuts. Look down,
Ah.
fat boy. Look down, fat boy.
Player folds.
There you go. That's where they are.
Fold.
You're right under your stomach.
Raise.
A little lower. A little lower.
Fold.
Okay, I was hoping they'd be a little lower.
Maybe if you're
Fold.
upside down.
Player folds. Call.
One caller in unclear, and we hit the perfect flop, and we haven't got the king of spades, which is
Well,
relevant.
since I seen you last, I
Don't
got
lose
my
money to
laundry.
me.
Bet.
I put
And
my
he
laundry,
calls.
dishes,
The
had
turn.
dinner.
Player checks.
You can have ace four, ace
This
five.
is my money.
Now
You
I'm
gotta
ready.
take his money, not mine.
The river.
Gonna check because I think he's probably got a good hand. I'm
Sure.
gonna
Somebody talking
on the
Yes.
river.
from here. Has Mike talked?
Fold. You win.
Mike, your
Dick.
voice working?
Bollocks. Prick.
Oh, you're just not saying anything. Hey, well, it sounds like he's talking to somebody, and I hear nothing coming back to you.
I'm
'cause
talking
you're
to
like,
Chad.
oh, you're like talking to yourself. I'm like, what?
We're on a wavelength.
We're on a
and we
wavelength.
know
I'm
each other.
I'm
Yeah.
communicating. I'm also talking on my
He
stream, so
completes me.
yeah, I do.
Call.
He completes me.
I'm replying to him 3
We're
minutes
on the
later.
same- We're on the same wavelength.
I've had crazy people ride my bus that you're reminding
Yeah, I
me
believe it, motherfucker.
of.
And they're right where they
Had a whole
belong.
fucking conversation and an argument, and it sounded like they were losing.
How much am I losing here? Because I like calling losers.
3-bet.
I don't fucking like calling that.
So we've
Fold.
gained a few people watching. So
Player folds.
if you haven't, it would be helpful to me to get the affiliate status. If you could just say hello in the chat,
Aggressively, destroying his children's lives.
would appreciate that if I could. If you could. We've got a raise from Dridge. He's taken a while to warm up, but he
mentally beating them.
does range wide.
The flop.
Loses calls and was given a bit of Hollywood in terms of not wanting a
Check.
call, which could mean he's generally not got anything, or it could mean he's got a strong hand. Aces are still looking good. He's only losing to 7s, 10s, and queens. Mooses has got a lot of straight draws with the Jack King, the 8-9, the 9 Jack that he can call with. He can re-raise with a flush draw. 2 pairs are very possible there, or big draws with him raising. Mike's just left.
Wait a minute.
Fold.
Don't give him money.
So, also don't mind a set of 7s re-raising there because there's a lot of turn cards that will kill the action. Dridge has folded, which implies he didn't have aces, kings, or queens.
When did that happen?
And Mike's back again.
Didn't quite hit the right spot, I guess.
He
Fold.
wanted to get closer to you.
You
know
can't
what it
say
was?
fuck or
He was
bollocks,
just-
Zaf.
He wanted to sit there in case
Call.
what's his face shows up. There's a seat between you two.
Fold.
He was doing it for safety reasons. He's mediating.
There's nothing to me.
Call.
Please do not say fuck or bollocks.
Check.
I think this might mean I have to ban myself from my own Twitch
Check.
stream now, which could be challenging.
Bet.
Are you okay?
Fold.
What, baby girl?
This game's warming up a little bit right now.
Your biology grade is a 300.
Call. The turn.
All right. give me
Sorry,
a-
Dimes. Yeah, you're asking about me raising all the time, how it affects how people play me. And I think they do
Fold.
avoid playing out of position to me because they know I'm going to raise on the button and in late position. But also because I don't limp, very rarely limp,
What are you
they
eating?
kind of have to call my raises, otherwise they just end up folding too much. So people end up calling a lot of
Oh, my
hands,
daughter, sorry.
perhaps they shouldn't, and then folding on the flop
He's eating.
Well, I just
when I continuation bet.
bet.
It definitely means I end up playing fewer
Fold.
5 and 6-way pots, which is often the standard. And if you're going to play 5 or 6-way pots, your aces, your kings, your queens are going to get cracked a hell of a lot.
Player fold.
If most of your hands you play are heads up or 3-way, and you're in position and you're the pre-flop aggressor, you're going to win more than your share of pots, which is what I try and do.
Parents. There it is.
That's what Mike's doing there. Some
I
kind of
don't
weird
work with my face.
insult.
Player checks.
Trade book.
The flop.
I've just invented a new word in Bolokska. I'm very happy with that. Bollocks was what I was looking for. Bollockks.
Check.
I am typing in a headset, which I am notoriously bad at.
Check.
Mm-hmm.
Showdown.
Just going to turn down the table sounds a little bit.
Why? Why?
Just turn that one down because you don't need to hear that. Table chat's quite interesting, so we'll keep that up there for the moment. As Unclear talks to
Fold.
Yeah.
His
well, here's
daughter.
one with 0, 0, that she still hasn't fixed. 0, 0, 0. There's still tons of zeros.
Call.
No, that's not fixed. You have 6 zeros in here.
Fold.
Why not? Bullshit.
I need to keep an eye on if Mooses has lost any money because that obviously affects the gap between us.
Check. The
What
flop.
about Art? What the fuck's with Art?
475,000 up. So he's pretty much where he was at the start. So another 20 million.
You look at that link I told you for the college
Player
class.
If it gets late, I might start playing a little bit more aggressive and try and push it to get the extra 20 million. But we'll see how it goes. I don't want to start throwing money around for the sake of it. If you win, you win.
He's streaming.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm like fucking.
That's
Precisely.
the call.
His stream sucks. I gotta add
Player
some flavor
folds.
to it.
The turn.
It was good. The stream enjoyed
Like you.
Player bet.
enjoyed that.
Actually, like Dad
Did-
sounds like an idiot. I'm not going to talk like him.
Call. Here's the river. Check.
Is she sophisticated?
Bet.
Hello, pretty. Hello, waste man.
I had 3 pairs. That's extra credit. Goes towards my next hand.
It really is.
Then now I get.
Yeah, you
pocket.
start next hand with a pair automatically.
Yep.
Spill over 1 pair.
Raise.
Dude,
called
how are you gonna
progressive
raise?
poker.
I didn't even look at my cards yet. This isn't not in my range. These cards are.
Who needs
Player
mediated?
Player fold.
Not to blow his cover, but you guys watch out for Dredge. He's a very good player.
Oh, absolutely.
Tight, aggressive, good player.
Fold.
He's using my money.
Fold. Fold.
He's like, why you gotta tell everyone, man?
Player folds.
I'd say aggressive. I'd say reasonably tight. I've seen him spoon off a lot of money
See, now that he knows that
when he doesn't need to.
he'll know that when I raise him, I mean business, and now I can get away with BS raises on him.
Fold.
Some
You
serious
stop being mean to him.
serious meta game from Mooses there.
That wasn't me.
Call.
It's just a little mind
Fold.
worm. That's all.
That's a call. Call.
5
Check.
minutes till the store
The
refreshes.
flop.
Oh, that's exciting.
5 minutes.
Oh shit! Thank you. I gotta get my free item from my other game, because that store refreshes at 8 o'clock
Check.
too.
Player check.
What free item?
Player check.
Elder Scrolls.
Oh,
Check.
gotcha.
Check.
You get a
Here's the turn.
reward for logging in every day. So
Check.
even though like I haven't played in a couple days, I still towards the end of the
Bet.
month you get better rewards. So you definitely want to log in at least once
Fold.
a day just to grab it. Like they have free in-game
Fold.
pets and shit and money.
Fold.
Cool.
Yeah. And since I'll be playing all week, I want to make sure I get my shit in order. 2 more
Fold.
days.
Couldn't figure out where my cards went. They were hiding underneath the table.
Why don't you just slide that money over here and it'll be easy to see all your shit.
You gotta earn that stuff.
I did with
You have
mine
not
too.
earned it, sir. Gonna stop playing 9-3 and maybe you'll get it.
I took a nice chunk that hand.
It was 9-2.
I got bluff once in a while.
It was
Don't
not.
do 9-2.
It was 9-2. Yeah, just.
Raise.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
he did both. He did both.
Yeah.
Was it
9-2
both?
was against me.
No,
9-3
oh
was
no,
against
right,
you.
fine, yeah, yeah.
Listen, get my fucked up hands out of the way.
Fold.
All right. To help me make the point about neatly ordered chip stacks being a sign of a decent player, Waste Man, nicely neat
Call.
chips. Cupid, nice neat chips. Unclear, messy chips.
Did I win? Did I win?
Dredge,
Did I
messy
win?
chips.
Check.
Very nice chips. Very nice
What is
chips.
he doing?
And nice chips. I was commenting on the way people stack their chips.
Oh yeah.
You lost.
I lost
won?
what?
You got the messiest chip stack.
Me? Me?
Yeah. No, unclear. Yours is very neat, Waste Man. Moses has
Yeah,
got
that's why
wins
he's
on
the worst player.
creativity. Nice neat chips from Mike. Nice neat chips from me. And
Fold.
nice neat chips from Cupid.
Call.
Oh, you're not in. I only called because I thought he was
Fold.
still in it.
The turn.
Son of a
Player
bitch.
checks.
And then you're 2-3 hits, so you're good.
Yeah, I know.
Good one, Waste Man.
Bet.
Way to topple a tower.
Don't you look? I see you trying to go to your computer. Look, cheating motherfucker. I'm sick enough to piss that away. Look at that.
The river.
Just take it.
Check.
It's yours. I missed.
Check.
It's yours.
Showdown. 2 pair.
Yes.
I'll take
You're
it.
welcome.
Yep. Moses wasn't far off with the 2, 3, 4, 7, same thing.
Yeah, you can tell a lot about a person by their chip stack.
Oh, my
The
chip
ti-
stack's
the
going
tightest
crazy.
people tend to have the neatest chip stacks. The loosest people tend to have the messiest, and
How is
That's
this messy?
right.
They're
Tend
all
to have,
even
like,
piles. They're
people who are
close
kind of
together.
have creative stacks.
Right here.
I like,
Fold.
yeah, I
It's
think
not a
we're tight.
science,
We
but
want to
it's a
keep
general
track.
thing that
We
you
want
can
to.
Put
fine.
one
Especially
stack
in live
over
poker.
there.
In live
put
poker,
one
if you see
stack
a guy
over here.
constantly like making sure his chip stack's a certain way and neat and tidy and everything, he's gonna be a tight player
Call.
almost always.
Is that better?
Oh yeah.
So now it's a little more creative.
The flop.
I used to be very tight,
Player check.
but that's how I got my chip stack up.
No.
What do you,
I
what do
mean,
you
like,
mean
bank.
used to be?
So we flopped the effective nuts here. We're losing to straight flushes. We're losing to the ace high flush, but we're not going to worry about that.
I
If
cannot
that happens,
imagine you being tighter than you.
You with all the words over there.
Fold.
Was I tighter?
Fold.
Him with all the words and the money.
oh yeah, you've got a lot looser than you used to be.
Yeah.
Wow, what did you
see?
do? Just
Hold on,
like
hold on.
sit around
What,
waiting
baby?
for high pairs?
Pretty much. No, good cards. Yeah.
All the grades together.
I guess your idea.
Oh,
I
of
couldn't
good
get any.
cards-
I couldn't get
Fold.
any calls when I bet.
Call.
But then
Yeah.
again, bluffing was
Fold.
really nice. I bluffed nuts.
Fold.
I bluffed crab. I bluffed a lot of people that because they know that I would have it.
Yeah, you do get a lot of credit that way.
Call.
Street cred. You need street
Call.
cred, bro.
Streak.
Player checks.
That's
Here's
what
the
moves
flop.
is for.
So yeah, unfortunately,
That's why I
Check.
even was able to have the thought of folding a set against
Check.
you earlier.
Check. And the
Him.
turn.
Oh, waste
Sorry.
man.
so yeah, we didn't get any value with our flop flush there. But then if you don't bet it, you're not giving people a chance to call. And if anyone that had the ace of diamonds, they were definitely going to call. If people had a set, they were going to call. If people had 2 pair, they were going to call. So checking that flop just gives all those hands a chance to go ahead. So you bet. If you get called, fantastic. If they fold, fantastic. You win a pot anyway. Yeah, but often sometimes people when they flop really low flushes, but absolutely crazy. 3 times the pot, about 80% on flush boards, whether you're bluffing or whether you've got this flush, about 80% pot every time. So if I'd have had a second pair, maybe a king on that board at about 80%.
Fold. Call. Check.
Does depend on the exact cards on the board, to be honest, though.
Check. Check. Player checks.
Who's here?
The turn. Check.
Hey, Diva Esquire in the chat. Right, we've picked up the flush draw here. My hand twitched and Mike saw it, so he saw that I was going to bet. And really, I should have checked because I should be check raising this turn. Mike saw that I was going to do that, unfortunately, and now he's bet. This is a little bit suspicious. If I call and hit the flush, I can bet and get calls. Mike shouldn't have a king because he didn't bet the flop. If I check raise him, he's absolutely going to call. I think we'll check raise and go for a big pot here. If he re-raises me, I just fold. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Especially when you're in VR, so you don't see.
Unless he bets, no, if he bets a million, I
When
fold.
they're not there all the time too because of that. Right? Like,
I'm
a
always
little tick
looking.
will
I was
be
like,
oh, there's an 8 and there's not.
Yep.
What is he doing?
On my face, and I'm like,
Oh, he thought about it.
Are they big enough to bite, or are they little tiny?
Yeah, we fold to the million bet there. Sometimes I'll call that. Sometimes I'll check raise. But I got the free flush draw by checking in the big blind in the first place, so can't grumble about that.
yeah,
Fold.
something attractive. Yeah.
Fold. Call. Fold. Call.
Guys. New missions.
Oh, store.
Fold.
Store.
Good, because my old ones were broken.
Check. The flop.
I'm going to take a break in a second. I'm wearing a heavy woolen jumper, which is making me extremely hot. So I need to get rid of that and get a drink.
I guess it is.
Oh, the lipstick blazer. I don't have that one yet.
Check.
Not what I need though.
Here's the turn. Check. Check. Player checks. The river.
Yes.
I'm
Oh,
going to
yes,
wait till
let's
my
go,
button,
Steve.
play my button, and then
Check.
have a fold.
Pretty.
Pretty's here.
Showdown.
Pretty.
One
Hey
guys.
Hello, say hi to the stream.
Hey, pretty.
Oh, he said that all romantic like.
I did not.
Yeah, your voice dropped like 19 octanes.
I said that at high pitch.
Hey, pretty.
Whatever.
That's how you do it.
Graham just had puberty again. Hey, pretty. How you
Hey.
Fold.
doing?
Call.
Hey, how you doing? There you, Cupid.
Raise it.
I'm limping here, Cupid. I'm limping.
Shut up, Cupid. No one can hear me talk on the stream with your constant
Yeah.
babbling. On and on and on.
Thank you. Thank you.
On and on. Will you just
Pretty.
give it a rest for 2 minutes?
God.
Oh, wow.
It's like
Blah,
vomiting
blah,
words.
Yeah.
The flop.
How do you feel now, Cupid? Oh, it's
Check.
on me. Sorry. Sorry.
Sorry, Cupid.
Sorry. You took my shit.
Bet.
Cool there. What's the pot? This is an interesting pot. How much has Cupid got behind? 13 million. So 26 times the bet is the maximum we can get. If we do hit a
That's a
3, then we hit the straight. If we get a spade, we get the flush draw. And of course, Cupid is going to be continuation betting there a decent part of the time with ace king, ace queen. So there is a chance to
Bet.
if he'd have checked there, I would have bet because the 7 is now good for us as well as the 3. We've got the double-ended straight draw, but that's a nice size bet from Cupid, and I can't chase it.
I'll be back, guys.
Oh, God,
That's
it was
a
so
call.
nice to see you.
The river.
And there's my 7. It came in. Oh, that came in because Pretty left. We wouldn't have known that came. That's a bug.
Can you go all in and lose to crab, please?
Oh, did I call?
Almost put the million in.
I meant to fold there. This is very upsetting for Cupid when he sees this on the stream. I thought I'd folded, and I've hit. That's some good play from me there. Genuinely thinking I folded. Sorry, Coop. And my straight is extremely well disguised. I would.
So you know, I almost put the million in.
Now he can have an overpair. He can have ace 10. He can have 10-8. He's going to fold.
Fold. You win.
Sorry, Cupid. I apologise wholeheartedly. I genuinely thought I folded the turn because I was concentrating on other stuff, and I hit the straight on the river, as you'll see in a minute, and I was confused as to why the river came out. That was bizarre.
Fold. Player folds.
Missed it.
I
Fold.
missed it, and why am I here now? I don't want this seat.
Call.
Whose seat did I take?
That's your seat.
Sitting here.
Who was there? Oh, it was Dridge, wasn't it? Dridge was sitting there.
Raise.
Comes
Oh,
with chips.
Dredge.
Fold.
Thank you, Diva. I enjoyed doing it. I'm going to get. I've
Player folds.
just had a new setup with a microphone, and unfortunately, I think Turtle's got a great deal of control over the volume at his end. So if I do it again, I'll have much better sound. I've already worked it all out. So I've done a crash course in sound engineering today. I learned all about gain and all sorts of stuff, environmental impacts and
Call.
mic positioning and everything. Very interesting.
Fold.
My wife found it less interesting when I told her all about it.
Fold.
Zaf. Hello, Zaf.
Hey,
Fold.
Zaf.
Call. The flop. Check.
Right, I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes.
Player bets.
Are you
Keep-
talking then, Claire? 'Cause I don't hear you.
Keep an eye on my chips for me.
Fold.
My brother-in-law
Call.
came over, so I just muted this thing.
That's a call. That's a call. That's a call. Here's the flop. Check. Player bets. Player folds.
And we're back. King Jack suited under the gun is marginal because you're going to be out of position unless the blind's cool.
Call.
At this table, when there's a lot of decent players sitting behind me, there aren't any complete mugs at this table.
Fold.
I'm really setting myself up to lose a decent pot here. So folding King Jack suited under the gun would be probably better than doing what I just did, which is raising with it. Right up until the point that I've hit the king. Now, even though I've hit the king, I'm still losing to king queen, ace king, pocket fours. I'm only really getting value from flush draws and king 10. So there's more hands that beat me than I beat at the moment. The flush draws landed. Mike's got a lot of flush draws in his range, so we check to him, and I think... How much has he bet? Oh, he's given me the odds to call. That's unfortunate. I'd rather he bet the pot there and I can fold. Another diamond on the river, and now both of us are hating that because the nuts is now the queen of diamonds. He can't really have the queen of diamonds here, unless he's got queen jack. Queen 10 maybe. And I think we just have to fold there, and we do. And he can have a bluff, and good luck to him. Oh, 4-3. He was not winning.
What a bluff.
Horrible, horrible, horrible turn of river.
More diamonds came up, the more I knew you didn't have it.
Exactly.
You weren't gonna come over top.
Hey.
So I knew that board was bad for you.
Exactly.
Fold.
Yeah, I know Mike can bluff in that spot, but there's so you got to work out how many times on that board, how many bluffs has he got versus how many made hands has he got, and there's a lot more made hands and bluffs there. I know I've got trip kings, so I'm only really losing to all the flushes, which is a lot of. But yeah, they just felt wrong. Felt like there were more made hands than there were bluffs. But again, I did say at the start of the hand, I'm about to play King Jack suited out of position. And it went wrong for me, so don't play out of position.
Let's party.
Player folds.
It would have been more of a party because I was going to.
I got 8, so I have to call.
On another table.
That's a call. Here's the
That
flop.
9's going to come.
The turn. The river.
Very tidy. I didn't get it.
And straight lines.
Two
All
pair.
right, I go by my.
You win.
See you later, mate.
Out.
Take care.
Not it. Sorry.
What?
Oh, I'm glad he raised it like that because I had tapped and suited. Nothing hit. So you had to do.
Right there.
Player folds.
So, parting gift for unclear there. Before he went to bed, took a gamble, lost.
Fold.
Wanted the gamble. Very good of him.
Raise.
I just folded.
Fold harder.
Where are my cards if I didn't just fold?
You gotta do it more commanding. Watch, I'll show you.
Am I broken?
There goes Cupid. And Red Dog arrived.
It's weird. It wasn't. It's not even on me, and it let me fold. I think the table's broken.
Table's gone a bit weird.
Winward.
And I've got Ace Jack.
I think we have to remake it.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, you get the spinning orb around everybody,
Super
and I just.
comfortable in this seat.
Yeah,
though, not
everyone's gone.
I just threw in a raise too.
You guys are all spinning.
Yeah, this is dead. Who's going to recreate it?
happen?
Oh,
If-
look at the
Who's starting
problem
table?
table. I just got on the table.
I'll make it so I stand
If
this.
everybody leaves and I stay here, the table will reset and you guys can just join back.
I'll make it.
Well, you go last, Mike, so you win the pot because you've raised. Well, I'll raise, but you 3-bet. If Mooses makes it, we'll join that one. I want to join at the end, so I'll wait till there's 4 people.
Are we leaving?
Right, sorry guys, I forgot you were there for a second as I leave the table, but of course you've left the table with me. So the table broke there, I think, because Unclear left almost the exact moment the next hand was dealt. So we're left, and we'll join another one in a second. I want to get the end seat, so I'm just going to wait till there's 4 people sitting there, and then I'll join. The old table that I was at still has Mike and Cupid. Cupid joined again, so they should leave in a second, and hopefully everyone will join Moose's table, unless this one's now working again, which we'll be able to tell from when it refreshes. I think it might be working again, because it often says disconnect against all the people when it's not. Oh, that one's closing. Everyone's joining Moose's table. This is riveting content, isn't it? Let's watch this number refresh. But I desperately want to be the 5th person at the table, so I get the good seat. Interesting tip, or if you don't know, when you're trying to join the table and you want to spam the button, you can hold your hand in the join button, and it just pops along. You don't have to keep whacking it. You just move the menu down to like here. You can hold your hand in the button while watching the telly. That's the tip of the day. Why is no one joining? 5. There we go. Let's join now. Fantastic. So apologies for that break in transmission. Normal service will be resumed in any second.
There we go.
Oh, same seat.
Crap,
That worked.
The table did reset.
It did. Yeah, I thought it did from... Oh,
Cooper
yeah.
joined me again, and then somebody else. I think it was Red Dog, maybe.
Yeah.
And then we waited for a minute. You guys didn't join.
Yeah, I was watching. It was good content for my viewers watching me refresh the table list.
Well, and now Zap got kicked out.
So we lost Zap in the shuffle. Hopefully you'll get back on in a second, Zap. Alright, Jack Queen
I thought I was gonna get that seat.
suited under the gun.
That
Player
must have
folds.
dropped out right before I entered.
Oh, is that the one
That's
you
what
wanted?
she gets
Fold.
for making me. Yeah, I wanted that one.
1 fewer player than when we were playing King Jack suited under the gun. And again, absolutely fine to fold that there. And I would a decent chunk of the time. But on this
Fold.
occasion, because I am chasing the ring a little bit, I'm playing a little bit looser than normal. Cupid's going to 3-bet me. Well done, Cupid. I'm in position. It's not a huge 3-bet. I can call.
I was
Cupid has the
kinda
range
like,
advantage here on this
when
flop
I-
because he's got a lot
when
more
I
big
hit the,
pairs than I have.
pass-through mode, so I
Bet.
could see
I've
what's
got
going on.
no draws other than the
I always find that if I put
backdoor
too
straight draw,
many chips
backdoor
in
flush draw.
front of myself, it won't do
I
that
have to
fast.
fold.
So I always end up in somebody's lap.
And he has
What is it?
9s. Good bet by Cupid on the flop there. Stops me betting. So if Cupid had checked, I would have bet. Absolutely, beyond a
Thank
shadow of
you,
a doubt.
but I think
So if
that-
you are out of position, don't give away the initiative if you're the pre-flop raiser.
folds. Fold. Call. Fold.
Working again because
Fold.
it
Call.
often says disconnect
Player
against
checks.
all the people when it's not.
The flop. Bet. Fold. Fold.
Right. What's the time? It is 20 past 1 UK time. I can't be around for too much longer,
Player folds.
so we're going to have to push the action a little bit. Like I say, it either comes or it doesn't.
Fold.
You can't. If you push, you're
Call.
going to lose more often than not. But it's worth
Fold.
having a little bit of a run at it, see if I can get to 120 million.
Call. That's a call. Call.
So Pretty's
Player
joined
check.
us. She's playing
The flop.
short stacked with $1 million, and if you're playing short stack with $1 million, the plan is either get it all in or fold.
Player checks.
You're not going to have
Check.
enough chips to make anyone
Check.
Oh, losers.
Check.
have to make difficult decisions.
Player bets.
So she's entered the pot, bet over the pot, which
Yeah,
is good
it's an accident.
because she's saying if you call me, you're going to have to play for the rest of my chips.
Player folds.
And
Fold.
unless Mike decides to call, that's going to work, and it does.
Player folds.
King 5 suited in the big
Fold.
blind. It's a decent hand to defend the big blind with. So if
Player
Mike
folds.
raises, I could 3-bet here.
Player folds.
In fact, all options are available. I could fold to a raise, I could call a raise, I could 3-bet.
Raise it.
That's a bigger raise than I would hope.
Fold.
If he'd have bet to 200,000, I might have 3-bet there.
Player folds.
But I don't want to call because if I call him out of
Fold.
position with a hand that doesn't play well, I don't want to 3-bet because if I 3-bet after 3-bet to over $1 million. So good. I'm assuming Mike wanted me to fold. That's a good bet, and it's aces. So yeah, good fold. But notice the raise was slightly bigger than normal, which is what I said earlier, that sometimes people raise just a tiny bit bigger with the larger hands.
Player folds.
And you're going to get fewer callers, but when you do get called, you're going to get called by better hands, which, if it's aces, is clearly the
That's
best
a
hand.
call.
All right, this is similar to the squeeze spot I had earlier with 9-7. In that situation, I was on the button. Here I'm in the small blind. So I've got jacks. I'm absolutely going to raise. I'm out of position post flop, so I want to raise a little bit bigger. So we're going to bet just, oh no, 1.1. Raise just under the pot.
Fold.
Again, if Mooses calls, it will create a chain reaction around the table, like it did with the ace-king hand earlier. If he folds,
Call.
probably the same. If he 3-bet me there, I'm in a really awkward position. I either have to 4-bet large or fold. I'm not going to fold jacks. So
Player folds.
here's the chain reaction. Although Pretty's not got much behind, so that kind of means we've got a dry side pot here.
The flop.
And the queen's not the best card in the world. So let's bet to make Pretty put the remainder of her money in, and we'll give Mooses to the test a little bit.
On you. Player bet.
Half pot Mooses should only call with flush draws,
Call.
queens and middle pairs.
Fold.
Quick call from Mooses. Obviously flush draws now hit.
Check.
However, I would check a lot of flushes that have hit in that spot because I'm out of position. I'm not getting value if I bet.
And the
He
river.
can easily have a queen here. Did we have the jack of diamond, jack of hearts rather? Let's have a little look. I'm trying to look without moving my head. Nope, we got jack of diamonds, jack of spades. I'm going to check raise this if the bet's small. I've got the ace of hearts a lot more often than Mooses has. The fact he didn't bet the turn means that he's not got.
Showdown.
Oh, that's good. Fun hand. So yeah, the fact that he checked the turn meant he hasn't got the ace high flush. He's certainly on the turn. Yeah, 10. Reasonable checking back. If he'd have bet, I would have checked raise there. Interesting hand, that one.
Fold.
And I didn't lose a big pot.
Chance,
Raise.
you want to tell me if I had you anyways?
Call.
Jacks.
Oh, I did not have you. Okay.
Fold.
And clearly without the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, pretty clear.
Fold. Fold.
So yeah,
Player
we got his
folds.
range right on the flop. We said a queen, a
Fold.
middling pair, or a flush
Here's the
draw.
flop.
Obviously, the only one I'm beating is the middling
Player
pair.
checks.
There's a lot more flush draws and a lot more queens. I mean, ace, king, queen, ace,
Bet.
queen, queen, jack, queen, 10. Then there are middling pairs. By the time we
Fold.
get to the river, yeah, check raise is good there because I don't think he's often got the ace of hearts. And I can represent the ace of hearts pretty strongly because a lot of my range contains the ace of hearts. But he checked back, which was very good because he had some good showdown value and he wins a reasonable sized pot. So that was nice.
Fold.
And we lose a couple more million, but
That's a call.
even more importantly, Moose has gained a few million on us.
Call. Player folds.
Fours, we're raising these exactly the same as we would if it was aces, kings, ace, king, ace, queen. Which means that I can hit
Player folds.
any board and have the nuts. So if a 4 comes, I can have the
Fold.
nuts. If ace, king, queen comes, I can have the nuts.
Fold.
The one thing that is
Call.
true is Mooses should be reluctant to play a big pot against me because it effectively counts double.
Here's
The
the
difference
flop.
between us is about 25 million. So a 15 million pot will actually put me in the lead, probably. That's a horrible
Check.
board. An 8 is
The
bad for
turn.
me. Loads of 2 pairs, loads of
Check.
flush draws. Yeah, just give up here.
Bet. Player folds. Call. Here's the river.
Hey, Mike.
Obviously, flush draws
Bet.
now
Is that
hit.
good? Easy settings to be able to
Ever I
move
would
around.
check a lot of flushes that have hit in that spot
no, you just have
because
to find one of us that has done it before.
I'm out of
and
position. I'm not getting back if I
download
bet.
the same version of it, and then we go through the settings and make sure you have the same settings.
Fold.
Yeah, it's about no, okay.
Nice hand for pretty.
One that I have.
I've got the toolkit on Steam. I just don't know how to set it up. And even trying to Google a guide, I can't really find a good one.
Fold. Fold.
Yeah, I think the version we have is like
Fold.
8.2 or something like that.
Raise.
Is it the
Does it
toolkit?
require an older version, or is that
Fold.
just what you do because that's the one that people know how to use?
Fold.
I'm just looking to see if it's toolkit.
Fold.
Come on, Mike. Don't fold.
It's the one that allows you
I
to
need you to
upload
call
the
Mike. Damn.
game.
Fold.
Unfortunately, Mike was distracted there.
Oh, we
So
are next.
You
probably
bet.
would have called if he was
Tools,
paying attention.
Yeah, because I don't even have it set up that I can pull the window into the game.
Fold. 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 Raise. Call.
I'll have to look up the version.
Ta-da! And I will now be using the
Raise.
power of the magical unicorn arch to
Fold.
win 20 million in the next 5 minutes.
Fold. Player folds. Player folds.
Big 3-bet from Mooses. Well, not that big. Nice 3-bet on the button. Could be stealing there. Could be squeezing people out. But yeah, again, using position. You know, only, as I say, it does raise a lot more in late position, exactly as you should.
Fold.
Make a sacrifice to the magical
Fold.
unicorn arch.
Fold. Raise it up. Fold.
So
Fold.
another raise in late position. Slightly
Call.
smaller this time
Here's the flop. Check.
than is standard
Player
from him.
check.
Don't know what that means.
And the turn.
Interesting check on the flop. King 4 5s could flop to
Player
bet for
bet.
play flop raiser. Unless you've got the absolute stone cold nuts.
Raise.
Oh, this could imply kings. Or a set of 4s and 5s. Or it could just mean that he's attacking Wasteman because he thinks Wasteman's weak.
Yeah, that's what I have. I just don't know.
And Wasteman's probably got a king here.
Fold.
Maybe a6, maybe taking a stab. Interesting line that. Check the flop check and then re-raise the turn. Unusual. The magical unicorn arch has been destroyed by the blinds arriving. That means we're about to get a huge hand because that's how this works.
Fold.
It's under.
Hello to everyone who's just joined us. Numbers have gone up a little bit.
Call.
Say hello in the chat if you want to. I think I've achieved my affiliate goal of 5 people chatting.
The flop.
So I now need to stream 3 times in a week. So I'll throw a couple more streams out this week.
Bet.
Maybe do a second go or 2. Do a little less hand analysis.
Fold.
I'm currently doing that thing that I'm sure we've all done. I've got a glass of water somewhere next to me. I'm trying to find it without taking my headset off. So this is either going to be success or
Raise it
disaster.
up.
And I found the glass of water without knocking it over.
Fold.
Excuse me while I
Fold. Raise.
VR problems.
Fold. Player folds. Fold.
So 200,000 from Red Dog. Pretty's raised another 300,000.
The flop.
So Red Dog pretty much has to call. I don't know him particularly well, but you would imagine that Pretty's got the best hand here. She's got a lot more aggressive of late. Red Dog's pretty tight, so this is an awkward spot for her. Ranges are pretty close there. But yeah, not a good flop for the 3-better. 3, 4, 5. No big cards, coordinated low cards. Doesn't favour the 3-better. Mike's gone for a bit of a walk.
There we go.
Raise.
It's open now.
Fold. Call.
Should be one that says
Fold.
right menu,
Call.
double click, and
Fold.
Sorry, what's the
Make sure-
category under?
Call.
play, just under play space.
Fold.
So 2 callers ahead of me.
OVR.
Fairly cheap to see it.
Check.
You can call that in the small blind. I'm looking to hit a good flop or fold. Bet of 500,000. I'm not.
Fold.
I've got to be winning 36% of the time here to make this a good call. I'm going to need another diamond. I'm going to need an 8 for the straight. But even if I hit the 8 for the straight, I'm still losing to better straights. I'm still losing to all sorts of other stuff. So we'll just let that go. We won't chase any further. If Road Dog was a little looser, I could check raise him there, try and take him off of it. But I think he's really only playing a jack or better in that spot. I don't think he's likely to fold to the check raise. Race man fold. I obviously have the ability to move around the environment. I don't want to make anyone sick while I do it. But if there is anywhere you'd like to see in any of the environments, let me know and I'll take you on a tour. But I am conscious that it could be quite challenging to watch.
Player folds.
So
Call.
I'm trying to keep my head pretty still and stop
Player
moving around
folds.
too much. Oh, this is a good spot. Right, here we go. So 10-8 on the button versus an early position raise from Mooses, which narrows his range fairly well.
Player folds.
So we know we're not up against garbage. We've got a caller from Wasteman who should fold to the 3-bet unless
Fold.
Mooses calls. So Mooses
Fold.
folds. Wasteman's going to fold here as well, and we pick up a small pot. Had Mooses called, that's a great,
Big win.
because he's probably got ace 10 suited or better, maybe king queen, maybe king jack. Our ranges aren't, his range doesn't really overlap with mine too much. So if the flop comes in my favour, I'm probably golden.
Call. Player folds. Fold.
And again, like I did
Player
before when I
folds.
raised with 7-9 offsuit and the 3-bet got 4-bet,
Raise.
this is all balancing my 3-bet range. So my 3-bet doesn't entirely
Fold.
consist of big cards and big pairs.
Fold. Fold.
Forgot to put the chat thing back up again. Let's do that.
So you need 2.8.0
Raise it.
loser.
The version.
Call.
Version has to be 2.8.0.
It has to be, huh?
Yeah, the ones
This is
after.
Hello, Raw Authentic. I see you out there in the chat. Long time no see. Still remember playing you heads up in the tournament, and you absolutely taking me to school in the. I think it was the second heads up tournament, 64 people. I think you beat me 2-0 in the final.
Fold.
Yeah, really well played.
Call.
Yeah, good to see you, mate.
The
Good to see
flop.
you.
We
Player
had to look
checks.
for it. I might still have it somewhere on my desktop.
I'll ask Ace
Player
because
bets.
he's done it through Steam and would know how to
Call.
access it there.
Fold. Fold.
Let's
The
see.
turn.
I did help top of the food chain with the moving about thing the other week, and I've got a video. It's not the best, so if Ace has got a better resource, go with that.
Bet.
But the video I sent top of the food chain, eventually he cracked it. But it's an absolute bugger to work out.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
Call.
feel free to send it to me.
Hands for
yeah,
raise.
I'll ping it to you. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
You've still got to like work it out. It's not like click here,
Yeah,
click
yeah,
here,
but I
click
can
there.
figure, like, you know,
Yeah.
I can. If it gets me partway there, I can probably.
Yeah,
figure
yeah.
it out.
It was. Yeah, it's fiddly though.
Player
It's
checks.
not. It's absolutely not intuitive what you need to do.
Yeah, I
Showdown.
went in and was like, this is gonna
One
be
pair.
intuitive, and I can just figure this out. No,
Nope.
it was
Nope. It's my bread and butter, and I gave up 2 or 3 times before it got it. It was yeah.
But yeah, send me that video. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do.
Raise. Player folds.
I wonder if moving around like that will
Player
trigger my
folds.
motion sickness.
Fold.
There's one thing that you can do, which is there's infinite walking.
Raise.
So as you move forward, it turns you ever so slightly, so you can keep moving forward and never have to actually turn in the real world, because you walk in a circle in the real world. I switched it on without knowing, and I jumped in the air with my joystick slightly to the side, and I spun like I was in a carousel, and I couldn't stop. And I was feeling sick, and I was like, I could just close my eyes, couldn't I?
The flop.
But yeah, properly, I was spinning because you can jump incredibly high in this. Yeah.
Bet. Player folds.
Yeah, so Raw asking in the chat how we're doing. We are currently in this session. Oh no, we're not. We started a new table. So at this table we're down 4 million, but I was up about 15 million. I think it was at the other table, maybe 20 million, something like that. 15.
Fold.
So we're doing well today.
Fold. That's
But
a
the
call.
big goal is that in the weekly leaderboard, I am currently second with 86 million. And Mooses, who's sitting over there, is in the lead, probably on about 120 million, something like that. So I'm not going to play for too much longer.
Bet.
I need a big pot to catch him, or I need a reasonable sized pot against Mooses.
Call.
And even then, he's going to have a few hours to
Call.
crack on.
The turn.
But you never know. It's happened before, and it'll happen again. It's been a good week. I won the ring last week. I think with maybe just over 100 million. And I think each week for the last 4 or 5 weeks, I've been in the top 3 or 4.
So unbalanced.
So yeah, I'm due a bad week. well overdue a bad
Busting three
week.
people at 25k, 50k is
The river.
not even remotely in the ballpark of play 15 hands. And yet they're worth the same
Bet.
number of credits to complete. Busting three people is
Raise.
really hard to do at this table.
There goes pretty. Presumably off to a second go.
It's not often you bust three people in a day.
Fold.
Betting 180 million chips takes a long time too.
Raise. Fold. Fold. Call.
Tasks I've done,
Player folds.
and lifetime tasks. Hey, Wyatt. Now we've got a chance of winning the ring.
Hello, Wyatt.
Fold.
And Casey, right.
The flop.
I might be sticking around for a little bit longer than 5 minutes because these two push the action.
Mike and people.
Hello.
Mike and people.
Bet.
Gentlemen, Mike
Are you
and
streaming,
people.
Crab?
That means you're not a
I am
gentleman.
streaming.
Call.
You had to get singled out.
And the turn.
Don't look into it, dude. He was the first one I
Bet.
saw when I rezzed in.
That's
Yeah.
a call. The river.
That just meant I'm not
Man.
special anymore.
You played some role-playing games over there if you say rezzed in.
Bet.
Yeah, right. Some D&D.
Someone like it, something an MMO player would say, I would think.
It's an old school saying.
Is it?
Call. Showdown. One pair.
Hey, Casey.
So Casey ran up a load of money in one of the high stakes Saturdays. So I'm not sure how much he's got now, but likes to play aggressive, doesn't hang about.
Player folds.
And
I
Wyatt
heard it
Player
clarified.
folds.
Should it be said Casey or Casey?
won a load of money
Fold.
yesterday at high stakes Saturday. Played awesome and has got a decent bankroll as well. So and loves to mix it up. So I could lose a ton of money against them, or I could win a ton of money against them.
Player folds.
But the best way to start is to raise my
Raise.
pocket sevens. I'm in the small blind, so I add a little bit on top of the normal raise because I'm going to be playing the hand out of
Fold.
position. I don't mind getting it heads up.
You like how weeks and weeks later I finally bothered to try to figure that out.
Wyatt doesn't fold much in this
Call.
spot.
Yeah, I gave
flop.
some names and I'm like, no.
King's good for me. I can represent the king.
Strong
He
hand.
might actually
Bet.
have a king, but I can represent it a lot better than he can.
That's a call.
Small bet, so he has to call with his entire range. I can represent the fact that I didn't have a king, but I have got an ace,
Bet.
so I carry on betting. And there he
Player
folds.
folds. You win.
So that looked terrible for me, but White limped. He's not limping many aces. He can have a king, but there's two kings out there. I've got a lot more aces than he has, so I just keep betting. And I'd probably bet the river as well.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Sorry, Casey, I've got a window there.
Oh,
Fold.
just like that.
Fold.
I like to raise wide on the button when it's folded to me, but Queen four's pushing it.
Fold.
Hear the
You mean?
terror in the
Oh,
background.
yeah, he's got to go
Call.
to sleep, so he's
Check.
freaking out.
The flop.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Check.
take over this first place
Check.
on the 5 million sit and
The
go, but
turn.
nobody wants to play
Check.
all day today, so now I'm
Check. Here's
gonna
the
play,
river.
best of 3 with Ninja.
Player checks. Player
With
check.
Vader.
Showdown. One
Folded
pair.
king 3.
There goes White. Right, what I need is someone who sits to sit down who plays ridiculously large pots without a thought. So we need Jordan. We
Raise.
need. There's not many around at the moment.
Call.
Said he and
High
Nick
roller's
playing
gone bust.
best of 3 heads up
Fold.
email sit and goes.
Fold. Fold.
You're muted.
Fold.
I think that's what he said.
Here's the flop. Bet.
I wish the rake was half of what it was.
Call.
Sitting goes, though.
The turn. Bet. That's a call. The river. Bet. Raise. Call. Showdown. Side pot. Straight. Split pot.
You get lucky on that one. I was hoping
Yep,
for the
that's
roll
a fact.
flush, actually, so I didn't want to bet too low.
That's the first luck I've had since I sat at this table.
Fold. Player
It
folds.
was not profitable at all.
Fold. That's a call.
I want to play Ninja
That's a
Heads
call.
Up for 5 million.
Fold. Check.
Sounds like
Here's the
$5 million.
flop. Bet. Player folds. That's a call. The turn. Bet. That's a call. The river. Check. Player checks. Showdown. One pair. Raise.
Who's raised here? Cupid. Where am I? Right, Cupid's raised under the gun.
Fold.
That's a very narrow, well, a narrower range.
Fold.
It absolutely crushes King
Raise.
Jack. I'd quite happily play 7-8. Also, if I
Fold.
call with King Jack, I'm going to get squeezed by a
Fold.
raise in later position because I don't want to play a 3-bet
Fold.
pot out position with King Jack, which is what's
Call.
happened. Red
Flop.
Dog's range is raise is too small.
Player checks.
Cupid's going to have to call with everything. When you 3-bet, you want them to fold sometimes. All a spade
Player
flop,
bets.
checked by Cupid. Again, he's bet small
Fold.
on the flop. Cupid folds, which is fine.
Fold.
I'm just having a quick look
Fold.
at Smiley Nater's posting feature requests. It's,
Player folds.
Smiley's a dev by trade, and I've got a background in that area
Call.
as well. And this is a
Player checks.
beautifully written post
Flop.
document that he's put up. I love it. Really good stuff on there.
Bet.
Yeah, a lot of usability, quality of life improvements.
Fold.
Yeah, City and Plaque's a great idea. Volume boost per player,
Turn.
of course. Yeah, some lovely ideas in there. Great post. I don't think he's saying that all of these must happen. It's just a kind of
Raise bet.
checklist of things that people have mentioned in
Call.
game that would be a good
The
idea.
river.
So, yeah, highly recommend reading that post
Check.
in a feature request from Smiley Nater and commenting.
Bet.
I'll give a comment on that later. Maybe add a couple of my own that I've thought of. But
maybe
yeah,
check the recipe.
quality of life improvements often take a second place to performance improvements in a game, but very small things make a big difference. The big one for me is if you're sitting out and you've
Fold.
taken your headset off, the ability to see the 15-minute countdown timer on your PC desktop. So when you're making your cup of coffee or quickly doing the hoovering before the wife gets in from work, you know how long you've got before you have to jump back on the table. There are lots of little bits and pieces like that, and I'm sure most of them the developers are already aware of. But it's nice to get feedback from the community about what they want.
Raise.
Under the gun with pocket tens, we raise a
Fold.
little bit bigger than the standard 225 because we're likely to be out of position. We
Fold.
get called. We want it to be a slightly
Fold.
tighter range. We don't mind folding out some hands.
Fold.
Fold to the button, which is Cloud City
Fold.
Lando, who's a reasonably loose player. Call
Call.
from waist, which means 2 big cards or a
Fold.
pair or suited
That's
connectors.
a flop.
And we're heads up. And I think that's
Check.
quite a good flop for us. Let me just check. Yes, that's quite a good flop. Unfortunately, it's going to be really hard to get paid unless he's got exactly
The
pocket
turn.
fours. Please bet, Wasteman. Please bet. I'm going to bet the pot here. Make it look like I'm bluffing. But again, unless he's got 4s or 5s, what's he going to call with? Every so often, though, he will have pocket 4s.
Call. The river.
He can have a flush draw. He can have Queen, Jack of clubs. I'm going to put in a larger bet because why not?
Bet.
He might call very occasionally.
Fold. You win.
Kaboom!
Wow.
Where were the pocket 4s, Waste? Where were the pocket 4s?
Nope. Nice 2-pair.
A pair of 10s and another pair of 10s.
Yeah.
Fold. Fold. Call. Call. Raise. Player folds. Call. 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 The flop.
Oh, good flop for us. We got a gut shot. We got a backdoor flush draw. There's a lot of cards we're going to like on the turn here. About half the deck is good for us on the turn.
Bet.
This bet is 300,000. We've got 3 and a bit to 1 to call, so we can call. We can hope for a
Call.
jack, a club, a 7 would be good.
The turn.
A queen is not good because Wasteman's got a lot of queens.
Check.
So we are pretty much done with this hand unless the jack comes on the river. I don't even think Queen Jack's out there a lot. Trooper Gary, I don't really want to wind Mooses up by telling him you've got his money, but congratulations.
Fold.
And hello, Carl Roger. Good to see you.
Player folds.
Be nice to play with you on one of these streams sometime.
I folded queen 2.
Okay, he's folded Queen 2. That's unfortunate, but exactly correct under the gun.
Player folds.
All right. I'll
Fold.
see you guys later. I'll try to be back.
See you later, mate.
That's a call.
Mooses
Fold.
is doing the right thing and banking his lead. When you're in the lead for these rings, you're much better letting people try and catch up than trying to build a bigger lead.
Check.
You're as likely to shoot yourself in the foot as you are improve.
Player checks.
So, I mean, he might have other things to do, but if he is banking the lead, quite right.
Call. Player folds. Call. The turn. Player checks. Bet.
Clubs. I'm going to put in a larger bet because why not?
Fold. Call.
He might call very
The river.
occasionally.
Check.
Kaboom.
Bet. Call. Showdown. Straight.
Straight for Mike. That's a nice board. I missed the hand. I was watching the quads back on the stream. Yeah, nice hand for Mike. Alright, unless I start to get some decent hands, not decent hands, win some decent pots soon.
Fold.
Hands are irrelevant. It's the
Player
pots that
folds.
count. I'm going to start to wind things up
Call.
in a few minutes.
Raise. Call. Fold.
No one I know is streaming, so
Call.
I won't be raiding anyone.
That's a call.
So limp to me on the button with 7-9. I'm going to raise it every time. Because I raise wide, so I raise 7-9 as a 3-bet
Bet.
or as a raise over limps. I can hit flops like this. Now the fact Mike's bet means he can have a set. He can even flop the straight with 6-7.
Call.
I'm blocking the straight quite hard with my 7-9. No point in 3-betting or
That's a call.
raising here because he folds so much of his range.
The
We
turn.
just call and hope for a good turn. That's an excellent turn for us. We've now got
Fold.
the flush draw as well as the straight draw and as well as top pair. Still think we're probably behind Mike more often than not. He can have ace-8, he can have 9-8, 7-6 sets,
Fold.
9-10. So I'm not beating much, but I've got 500,000 into 3.6. I've got 7 to 1 to call there,
Call.
so that's plenty.
The river.
And that's the card we needed. We hit the straight on the river. Mike's got a lot of straights here. He's even got 7-10 reasonably often. If I re-raise, he folds everything except for the straights. And if I... it's still worth raising though,
On
because he
you.
will have 2 pairs up quite often. So let's...
Raise.
I think he's just got the 7. If he's got 9-8, that puts him in a really tricky spot. If he's got pocket 4s, it's in a tricky spot. And I've got fewer 7s in my range because I 3-bet pre-flop.
Call. Showdown.
Yeah, it was worth raising. So
You
presumably 2 pair or a set.
It's a nice river for free.
Yeah, the turn was good as well. It gave me about a gajillion outs. 2 pair or a set, Mike?
Call. Fold.
I had 2 pair.
Yeah.
Raise.
So
Fold.
I nearly made the fatal mistake of
Call.
assuming he had a 7 because there were so many 7s that he could have.
Call.
And people often do that. They often call on the river because, well, but an extra 2
Player
million for
folds.
him to win what I think was a 5 million pot.
The flop.
I can be bluffing there sometimes, and he can be winning sometimes against a hand that's made of mine. So it's worth him calling. So
Player
don't miss the
folds.
opportunity for a bit of value on the river,
Fold.
even if you think more often than not it's a split pot. And if he's got 7-10 there and re-raises me, well, that's just unfortunate. If he does re-raise me there anyway, I think I have to call because, again, he might do that with just a 7. And I can't go folding in that spot, just a one possible hand. But again, the pot got a bit bigger because I
Call.
raised pre-flop.
Raise.
And I got it heads up with Mike
Call.
because of that.
Call. Fold. Fold. Call. The flop.
Yeah, hope to see you, Trooper Gary. Oh, we flopped the absolute stone cold conkers here again. So again, the risk here, often people will check here,
Bet.
open for action, but
Call.
9-10 is calling, all the sets are calling, 7-8 is calling, Jack-9, 10-Jack. There's like a billion hands that can hit this flop. And the gentleman to my side, which is Cupid, has raised, which means he's got a decent hand. How much has Cupid got back? He's only got 2 million back. So I'm going to call.
That's a call.
Because I don't want to put anyone else off from calling. If Cupid's got 2 pair and hits a full house on the turn, that's just bad luck. If he's got a set and hits 2 pair, hits a full house on the turn, that's just bad luck. If I re-raise, it tips off the strength of my hand even further.
Fold.
Here's Thunder. And I want people calling because I'm more than ever, I want a big pot here because I'm chasing down the ring. 6 is a beautiful card. Cupid should stick the last 2 million in. He must have a sinking feeling that he's beaten at this point. It should all go in. I call. We might be chopping here.
All in.
We'll see.
Here's the river.
And there's the 10-Jack as we expected.
Showdown. Straight. You win.
Yeah, 9-10-Jack is a flop that is so easy to hit with like a billion hands. Thank you. Yeah, so many straights, so many 2.
Fold.
Hi, Vander. Hi, Dizzle. Yeah, definitely going to do that, Carl. Going to do an evening of sit and goes. Well, the first 5 years I played poker, I almost exclusively played sit and goes and multi-table tournaments. It was a long while before I started playing cash games. I've been playing them for about 15 years, but the first 5 years I played was just tournaments and a huge number of sit and goes. I won't pretend to be as up to date on sit and go theory because it's moved a long way since I was playing them. But there definitely is a way to approach him, and I'd like to play a few
Player
second goes and talk through that sometime. Yeah, Mike said he had 2 pair on that.
Call. The river. Check. Check. Showdown. 2 pair.
So we're up to 100 million for the week. It would be worth knowing where Mooses is because we're in striking distance now.
That's a call. Player folds.
So I'll have a look at the leaderboard and try and work that out.
Call. Raise it.
9-10 is calling, all the sets are calling, 7-8 is calling, Jack
Fold.
9, 10 Jack. There's like a billion hands that can hit this flop.
Fold.
The gentleman to my side, which is Cupid, has
Fold.
raised, which means he's got a decent hand. How much has Cupid got back? He's only got
Fold.
2 million back. So I'm going to call because I don't.
That's a call.
Yeah, Ace 9 off in the big blind
Fold.
versus a button raise and a few limpers
Here's the flop.
is a great way to get yourself in trouble. I think I might have folded the Ace of Diamonds, which is a shame. Yeah, I did. But nevertheless,
Bet.
you're going to end up in trouble if you start calling raises with
Fold.
Ace 9 off out of position. 3-bet, don't mind so much. Let's turn the table up. They're not talking too much, so when they do, be good if you can hear them. And I'm doing the classic, I'm going in a minute thing and then hanging around a little bit longer all the time because I'm getting
Call.
closer to first place for the ring.
Fold. Raise.
Mike raises. Just
That's a
looking up
call.
the leaderboard, so I'm going to miss this hand. And the last time the leaderboard updated,
Raise.
which was
Player folds.
not long ago,
Player folds.
Moose is at 115 million. Right.
Fold.
So I need to find 15 million in the next, well, not very long.
Call.
Of course, I'm sure Mooses is watching the leaderboard, quite right too. I would be doing the same, and if I do overtake him, he's going to come back. But there's a 50-50 chance that he'll lose money if I can get the lead. So we'll see what happens.
Fold. The flop. Player checks. Player checks. Player checks. The turn. Bet. That's a call. Player folds. The river.
I missed the beginning of this hand, but
Check.
not sure whether either of them can have a 3 in this
Check.
spot.
Showdown. 1 pair.
Mike. Not sure what
So
Mike's
glad I
going to have
called
there.
an A7.
Call.
Right, I'm going to have to get creative here because I'm not going to win 15 million in the next half hour unless I get fortunate.
Raise.
So I am going to have to play some absolute garbage.
Fold. Player folds. Call.
Right.
Call.
Everyone knows I don't normally play 5-8 in this spot, so that's well
Fold.
disguised. If we hit the flop, we're in good shape. I will say though, if we do get a flush, there's always the risk that we're beaten
Fold.
because that's why you don't play low cards
Here's
like
the
this.
flop.
We've
Player
got the 8,
checks.
we've got a backdoor flush draw, we've got a backdoor straight draw. I'm going to float Mike, so I'm going to call this bet and hopefully you
Bet.
think either bluff the turn or improve
Call.
to a better hand on the turn. Mike will not be happy if I do that. Apologies in advance, Mike.
Check.
I can represent the flush, but Casey's more likely to have it than I am. I'm going to give up at this point. I could keep going, but two people in the hand. One of them could have the flush. Mike could have the king.
Call.
He's not folding that.
And the river. Check. Player bets. Player is all in. Showdown.
Yeah, well,
Three of a kind.
Mike was not folding, nor was Casey. Ace queen for Casey with the queen of clubs, a bit loose on the turn from Casey. And nicely done from Mike. He just kept firing and his hand got better and better. So well played by Mike. And we lost, I think, $1 million in that hand. Let's see. Yep. So each street in a big pot is usually worth double the previous, or double the pot to a point. So calling pre-flop and calling the flop was $1 million. If I'd called the turn, it was another $1 million. If I'd have called the river, it would have been another $2 million. So pots get exponentially larger as they proceed, which is obvious, but worth bearing in mind. It's easy to get carried away. Know when to bail out.
Player folds. That's a call. The flop. Check. 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 The turn. Player bets.
So Thunder's joined us. Thunder is undeniably one of the top 5 players in the game. Doesn't say a great deal, but knows exactly what he's doing. If I get a big pot of Thunder, it's because it's a cooler, or because of some weird circumstance. He does not give his chips away. Good balanced range of bluffs and value bets. Plays very similarly to Oswego, who I haven't seen for a while. Another very good player.
Fold. Player folds.
Right.
Fold.
I'm going to have to get creative here because I'm not going to win 15 million in the next half hour unless I get fortunate.
Raise.
So I am going to have to play some absolute
That's
garbage.
Fold. Call. Call. The flop. Check. Check. Player checks.
Right.
Check. The turn.
I could bet the jack there, but if I bet the jack, I'm getting called by all the queens and nothing.
Call.
Getting called by all the queens,
Call.
and I'm just building a pot with second pair.
Call.
Whereas if I check the jack,
The river.
I allow people to bluff at me.
Check.
I allow the queens to identify themselves. Mike can have a draw here. I've got the straight with the 9. Can he have king 9? Yes, he can, but very similar to the previous raise. I just have to raise here and hope he's not got the only hand that beats me. I mean, obviously,
Player is all
ace king beats me as well. I think Casey's got the 9. She can have king 9. Mike has not got a 9. He has got a 9. He's just got the worst kicker. And the reason he was upset is because he had the flush draw.
You win.
I couldn't hit the flush. The 10 of clubs would have been phenomenal.
Straights for everyone.
And I got rid of one. So they were all in play. Or I took one out of play. But.
Yeah, the 10 of clubs would have been phenomenal because I would have given you the flush and the straight.
Yeah.
Now I get all these crap chips. I didn't have room for them.
Oh, shit. Yeah, we've vomited all over the table. Yeah, again, easy to just call that river and worry about being behind the only hand that beats you. And a bit scary when Casey called as well because it made the king 9 a bit more likely. You've got to go for value in those spots.
Fold.
Sort these chips out. This is disgusting.
Folds. Call. Call. The flop. Check.
Well, that's a good flop. All right, who's in this pot? We've got Mike, we've got Lando, nobody else. So we're going to bet 600,000. It's a pretty wet board. It's very easy for them to have hit it. So hopefully we get called by ace 10. We get called by King Queen. We obviously get called by
Fold.
the sets. We get called by 8-9. Unfortunately, they
Fold.
haven't got any of those things and they fold.
You win.
And that's okay.
Call.
B3.
Fold. That's a call. 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 Check.
It's not a very good
The
you can
flop.
call an arch. I've done better.
Check.
Bit upset about that.
Check. 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 Check.
Thank you to everyone who's watching. When I'm finished, I will
Player
probably
check.
tomorrow. I'll download the VOD of this
Check.
and upload it to the YouTubes on my Look to Windward account. So if you do want to watch that, it's on there. There's
Bet.
also the last couple of streams I've done as well
Fold.
for your viewing pleasure.
Fold.
Also a plug for the
Fold.
Relaxing Crab YouTube channel, which is the internet's 4th most popular aquarium-based crime drama
Fold.
involving fish, as we edge
Fold.
ever closer to the denouement of the murder of
Fold.
SpongeBob storyline. Very exciting times. I believe we now have almost 50 viewers. So huge, big numbers. Also across other social medias with
Raise.
an amazing range of TikToks that
Fold.
you may or may not have seen
Fold.
as Relaxing Crab.
Call.
Ace 4 suited under the gun.
Raise it.
Don't mind folding here. Might fold here
Fold.
sometimes. I'm chasing the money at the moment for the ring, so I'm
Call.
going to raise. Mike's re-raised.
Player
I've got to
fold.
call 400,000 into nearly 2 million, so I'm obviously doing that.
That's a call.
Thunder will come along for the
Call.
same reason. His odds are even better.
The flop.
And that's the flop we needed.
Check.
We don't bet,
Check.
we check, and we check raise this flop when Mike bets. Because we want to build a big pot. A check call's fine, but a
Bet.
check call kind of gives away the game that we've got the flush. No one else can have the ace high flush, obviously, because we've got it. Mike's going to...
That's a
Oh,
call.
Wasteman's come along. That's good news. Now, Wasteman might have a king.
Raise.
Don't mind winning the pot here. If someone calls, we're now playing a huge pot on the turn, and I can shove the turn on a spade. I can check raise as a bluff. All sorts of fun things can happen. So 8 million pot.
Fold.
Mike's got 4 million into an 8 million pot to call. He's going to shove ace king. He's going to shove all his sets. He might even shove king queen here because he knows I'm capable of doing this with the flush draw. There's not a lot of draws other than that out there. I could have pocket sixes. I could have pocket twos. I haven't got kings, importantly. I think he's just folded something like tens through queens. Wasteman's in trouble because I think he's got a king. Yeah, nice fold.
Fold.
And we win a decent pot with
You win.
ace high flush draw by taking the initiative there. And Wasteman could have had a worse flush draw. The other option. That's about all he can. He can have 3-5, 3-4 sometimes. 4-5.
Call. Fold.
On there, there's also the last couple of streams I've done
Raise
as
it
well,
up.
for your viewing pleasure.
Fold.
Also
Call.
a plug for the Relaxing Crab YouTube
Call.
channel, which is the internet's 4th
Fold.
most popular aquarium-based crime drama
Fold.
involving fish, as we edge ever
Call.
closer to the
Here's the
denouement
flop.
of the murder of
Check.
SpongeBob storyline. Very exciting times. I believe we now have almost 50
Bet.
viewers. So huge,
Call.
big numbers.
Player folds.
Also across
Fold.
other social
The
medias
turn.
with an amazing range of TikToks that you may or may not have seen. As relaxing crab.
Player bet.
Ace 4 suited under the gun. Don't mind
That's a
folding
call.
here. Might fold here
The
sometimes.
river.
We're getting some really coordinated boards out here. Four to
Player
the
bet.
straight again. Thunder
Call.
betting like a crazy man. Thunder has the straight. Lando called light, presumably 2 pair, maybe the bottom end of the straight. Flopping straights is happening a lot of this table. My unicorn arch has been destroyed by the blinds.
Call. 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 Call.
Fuck the unicorns.
Call.
That one survived. I was getting angry. I was getting angry with my
Call.
unicorns.
Fold.
I could
Check.
tell.
The flop. Check.
Stupid unicorns making me look stupid.
Check.
Shut their stupid
Check.
faces.
Check. Bet.
He's going to shove ace king. He's going to shove all
Fold.
his sets. He might even
Fold.
shove king queen here because he knows I'm capable of doing this with the flush draw.
Player folds.
There's not a lot of draws other than that out there.
Fold.
I could have pocket sixes. I could have pocket twos.
Player
I haven't got
folds.
kings, importantly.
Fold.
I think he's just folded something like tens through queens. Wasteman's in trouble because I think he's got a king. Yeah, nice fold. And we win a decent pot with ace high flush draw. By taking the initiative there. Yeah, Wasteman could have had a worse flush draw. The other option.
Call. Fold.
So, queen 10 of clubs on the button, exactly the kind of hand I like to raise, particularly when people limp. Now, these guys know that when I have got my button, I raise wide. So I do have to be aware that Vunder could be laying me a trap here, as could Mike. So, can just add a little bit extra because there's 2 limpers.
Fold.
Vunder knows if he folds too often when he limps that he's being exploited.
Fold.
We are heads up with Vunder,
The flop.
and we hit top
Check.
pair. He checks as he should, because you should never lead in his spot there.
Bet.
He can have jack 10, which is behind. He can have lots of stuff, and he folds.
Fold.
And he thinks he just got
You
take,
win.
taken for a little bit of money. You did not, Vunder. I actually had it that time. If Thunder had raised, how would that hand have played out differently? If it had raised, I might have 3-bet on the button with queen 10. I like doing that. Probably would have called. He would have had the initiative on the flop.
Fold.
I would have called after you c-bet.
Raise it.
Would have been an interesting pot. So in that case, actually, probably limp him, saved him a bit of money. But you could save him more money by just folding.
Player folds.
Not to criticise Vunder, like I say,
Raise
very
it.
good player. Right, it's 2:20 UK time.
The
I
flop.
did have a kip for a couple of hours this afternoon because I knew I had a busy evening. So in the last 24 hours, I've slept more than I probably needed to. But I do need to go to bed soon.
Call. The turn.
I have a busy day of lockdown tomorrow. We've been on lockdown since April the 1st, no, end of March, I think. So a long while now.
Call.
Very grateful
river.
for chatting with everyone in VR. Nice way to get out of the house safely. And I hope everyone's staying safe.
Player bets.
Dizzle's been pretty quiet since he joined the table. He did well at high stakes Saturday last night, but he's a good player. You know, he's not going to play hands for the sake of it. More than capable of bluffing.
Raise.
Raise from Wasteman, right. Should be a jack, might even be ace jack.
Player
set of threes, possibly giving him the full house, and it is it's even better than that. It's aces.
I was hoping you had the jack and maybe an ace.
Now, for Wasteman to get paid off there, he needs to have some bluffs in his range. So, what bluffs? When is he bluffing there? So, and that's the trick with it, because for some players, when they check raise in that spot, when they bet large or on the river,
Call.
they're going to have the nuts. So, you need to work in some bluffs there to make sure you get paid more often with your strong hands.
Fold.
Difficult to do. Difficult when people bet on the river. It's one of the big things about lower stakes games.
Of course, I check it because you've been raising like crazy. So I checked my
Ace.
pocket aces. And I'm like, you know, I was going to 3-bet you, but fold,
Player
fold,
folds.
fold.
Call.
Son of a.
Nice.
Call.
Yeah, so yeah, again, just raise your aces. There's no need to get clever. You don't need to get cunning with them. If I'm going to raise, I'm going to raise anyway, whether you limp or not.
Here's the flop.
And in fact, sometimes I'm more inclined to 3-bet light than I am to raise over a limp. It's strange like that.
Check.
But yeah, so it's difficult to raise the river with a bluff because you think, well, if they're betting the river, they must have it.
Turn.
But consider how often in this game people re-raise the river as a bluff. It's not very often.
Bet.
So usually you can just safely fold because people have got the nuts. So if you can be one of those few people in this game who raises the river as a bluff, suddenly you'll find, well, A, those bluffs will get through a huge percentage of the time because people are only going to call you with the nuts. And secondly, you're going to get called a lot. When you do get called, it's great because suddenly you're the person who bluffs big on the river. You don't even have to bluff big, just 3/4 of the pot. But if people know you bluff on the river, you get called a lot more often, which is why when I played those hands against Mike earlier, he called when he had 2-pair against my straight, and he called the previous hand as well, I think it was.
Bet.
And that's not a fault on Mike's part, it's because he knows sometimes I'm bluffing in that spot, and it means he has to call me. So again, keep your ranges balanced. Very hard to do, though. Again,
Player is all
it's
in.
exactly what Jordan does.
Call.
All in, step call from Vunda.
Showdown.
And Vunda has the
Straight.
nuts, not the nuts. Vunda has the second nuts with the tens, and Lando unfortunately was betting hard on his flush draw. But again, nice bet. Got to admire that. He's only getting called by a 10 or better. If you don't bluff, you can't win big pots. How are we doing on the leaderboard? We are second at 104. We're getting so close now.
Fold.
I've won 2
Call.
challengey things. What have I won?
That's a call.
I have 1 chips. I have won
That's a call.
125 million chips. I think that is. I have bet
Call. Check.
100 million. I don't know. 100 million chips
Check.
weekly, whatever that is.
Check.
Who knows? Have I done any them? I don't play spin and
Check.
goes. I've won all of them. Let's redeem.
Check.
Sorry, click the wrong button.
Check.
Quick redeem.
Check.
Oh, how many coins have we got now?
Check. Bet.
We've got 12,000 coins, and we'll get a few more thousand for the leaderboard, whether we're first or second. So at this point, after a release of a new arena,
Call.
I've pretty much bought everything. The Uncapped leaderboard is great for getting free coins.
Fold. The river. Check. Player checks. Fold. Showdown. Full house.
He's not got paid off there. Mind you, the Queen's a scary card on the river. Back in. Put a bet in. If you get raised, fold.
Raise it. Fold. Fold. Call. Fold. That's a call. 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 The flop. Check. Player checks. Check. Bet.
you lose, Casey.
Call. Call. Fold. Fold. The turn.
Yeah, so I've currently got 104 million this week at the table, and I believe that Moosers is on 115, so 10 million to go, which isn't bad because that means I've won 40 million today. That comes as a surprise. That snuck up on me. No big pots, just little bits and pieces. So that means that our overall bankroll is 1936. Yeah. So 64 million to go to the 2 billion.
Player bets.
I think is the highest I've managed to get it. I haven't been over 1950 yet. It'd be nice to when I get really close, I'll make sure I stream every time because it'd be nice to get the 2 billion on stream. That said, that could be tonight. It could be in a month.
Player folds.
Ace 4 flops the 2 pair.
On you.
Right, time's kicking on now. We're going to have to go soon. So come on, 10 million more.
Fold.
So I've said I'm pushing it, but you notice I'm not playing like a lunatic. I'm just playing a couple of hands a little bit more aggressively. It could go the wrong way, it could go the right way, but I'm not just throwing in 10 million and trying to spin it up.
Call.
Pretty returns.
Call.
So want to build a pot.
Raise.
Everyone's limping. You heard Wasteman say that he was limping intentionally to trap me, which is fascinating. So in answer to the question earlier about how my constant raising affects the table, people definitely are aware of it and they do adjust their game to compensate. So that doesn't mean every time someone limps, I think they must have aces. And the 9's a good card for us because we're blocking that hard with the 8s and the 10s. I was the pre-flop raiser. There's 3 flush draws out there.
Right now.
There's
Literally, I could kill him.
some pocket
Literally, I
cards.
could kill you right now. I'm so mad at you.
This is interesting. We'll go quiet and listen to this.
What did you do, man? There's still time.
That's a call.
Oh, must be a sit and go thing.
Fold.
Oops.
Mike calls. Mike knows I'm c-betting 100% of the time. He can have a 9, he can have a 4. 6 is good. We can have...
said anyone.
Yeah,
Could have been you.
Anyone. It could have been.
I can have a 9, I can have pocket 6s. Mike's chasing hard there with a lot of hands. This means he's got a decision now. If he raises here, I have to fold.
I'm up for the challenge, but I didn't need to at that point.
And he does. 3 million, and we
I
fold.
didn't know it was going to go down. But if you and Ninja, I'd take you guys. I'll take both of you.
And he shows the 9.
So mad.
So worth a shot.
Don't be.
Worth a shot. But we didn't lose much there, so 104 million drops down to... Oh, can't be still on 104 million.
I didn't want that ring.
100 million. So I lost 4 million there. It's fair enough.
That's all.
Sorry
Player
again, I
folds.
didn't hear it.
Player folds.
I just want the ring.
I won already?
That's a call.
Not for the 5 mil.
Fold.
I thought you were like, that was your third or
Player
fourth one
folds.
already.
No, I have all the other rings. Well,
Yeah.
not all of them. I have the 1 mil, 100K, uncapped, 5K, 10K.
Raise.
He's turned into a robot.
Fold.
That's the one that I need.
Kind of like a
Player
robot golem there, chasing for the ring.
Fold.
So yeah, I've folded to Mike's bet there, which is good. So Mike knows I'm in a mood to get a bit aggressive, so he's going to play back at me. So hopefully now this is the time when I get the hand and I get the opportunity to win a big pot. But tough table. There's nobody here who's giving away chips. This is a very tough table actually. real good lineup of uncapped players.
That's
Yeah.
a call. Call.
It's going to take something decent to win 10 million against this lineup.
Fold. Fold.
Where'd the Mooser go? Isn't he? Aren't you two
Call.
battling it out?
Check.
He's about
Moosers.
11 million ahead at the moment. I've made 40 up on him today.
Check.
Why did he leave?
Player checks.
He said he might be back later. Is that what it is?
I think so. I don't know. Maybe an hour.
How long to go?
Bet.
Moosers just messaged me. He said, you should challenge White to a heads-up badness since you can't lose Sammy. And he said he passed you by abusing Ninja.
Fold.
Nice.
That's a call.
We played a hyper too, which was
Fold.
could have went either way.
That's crazy, man. I'll play you heads up.
The turn.
Yeah, he had the first game locked up, but then I woke up with queens and shoved with 250 left, and he called it. I doubled up,
That's a
and
call.
then I shoved again with ace king, and he had ace queen. No one took the first game.
You wanna play heads up?
Fold.
I'm happy right
The
here.
river.
All day I've been trying to play that game. Nobody wanted to come.
Good night,
I asked you to
everybody.
come.
I'm outta
I
here.
asked a bunch of people.
See you later, Waze.
Yeah.
Take care, mate.
See
You
you.
too. Thanks.
Take care.
Call. Showdown. Two pair.
Do you know if it's half an hour or an hour and a half till the leaderboards close?
I have no idea. It's been a while since I competed for anything.
An hour and
8
35
months.
minutes.
Hour and 35 minutes. Damn.
Yes, sir.
I really should go to bed, but you know.
That's
I've been saying on my stream for the last 2 hours. I'll be going in 5 minutes. This is the authentic degenerate poker player experience. You know, one more hand. 2 hours later. Oh look, the sun's up.
call.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing. He stopped playing because one hand against him and it could have swung it the other way. So I've made the mistake of carrying on playing before. You're better off sitting on your lead at this point.
Raise.
Yeah, got it wrong too many times.
Call. 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 The flop. Check.
Right, so who am I kidding? I'm going to be here till the end of the leaderboard reset. So
Fold.
let's see if we can grind out another 15, 20 million in the next hour and a half. I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Fold.
One of the thousands of people in my Twitch stream has said that Moose has made another uncapped table.
Really?
Yeah. So he could drop it at the other table.
There is another uncapped table open though.
Cool, that's good.
It's called Dark Matters, and there's only 1 seat or 2 seats.
Oh, that's
You
good.
might be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been there for like I think the last half hour, 45 minutes.
Oh, that's good. That makes it interesting. Yeah, he's made 4 million up.
Fold.
Yeah, I'm committed now. I'm here till the.
Yeah.
Fold. Player folds. Player folds. Fold. Fold. Call. Check. Here's the flop. Player bets. Fold.
Here, Your hat came off, Wyatt.
While I was in here, or
Fold.
No, it was never on.
I didn't come in here with it on?
Call.
No, it wasn't on when you came in.
Oh,
I meant like it
I look
came off.
better like this on the stream anyway.
Yeah, you're very nice. It's nice for people to see your face. I hate when on those
Don't
poker
worry, it'll be
shows.
over tomorrow when you wake up and it's a whole new week.
That's a 3-bet.
It's fine. Honestly, it really is fine.
You sound like a robot. Is it me?
Yeah,
Call.
unfortunately.
Sorry.
Is it my headset?
I'm sorry. Is it better when I whisper?
Yeah, that's better.
Not better.
I'll whisper then.
It's late
Fold.
anyway. So
Fold. Player
besides,
is all
Cupid's
in.
borrowing it right now. So
Player is all in.
Well, that's a bet.
Safe to say I'm probably beat here then.
So we had a
Got
raise
call,
from
36 million with pocket jacks.
that must be kings for Vunda. Ace king, nicely done,
The
Vunda.
flop.
And he binks the king on
The
the
turn.
flop. And the club. Oh!
got the blocker
The
too.
river. Showdown. 3 of a
Well,
kind.
nice move by Vunda.
I had the straight.
Exciting stuff.
Tough to call the jacks, man.
Not really. Should have been in there, Mike.
I'm already down 40 million today.
Fold.
The 40 you took from me 2 days ago.
Player folds.
Gave it away
Yeah.
with those tens. I was on, he was watching the stream yesterday. I fucking folded tens. I tripped tens. I'm like, I'm out of here.
Call. Raise. Call. Call. Fold.
I've advertised that we're battling for the ring here,
Here's the
so
flop.
my viewership has soared to 12.
Bet.
Oh yeah.
Fold. Call.
Do you have it where you can see who's watching you?
Player folds.
I've not looked, to be honest, because I don't want that to get in my head, because I know some people are watching while they're playing, and if I know who's watching, I mean, I know,
Player
I kind of know who's watching, but
Call.
if I start checking who's watching, then I'll get all, if I say this, then they'll think, then I don't want to I'm just going to talk.
Bet.
Yeah, what if I say, Vunda's playing a bit loose tonight? He's going to get caught in a minute.
Why can't they pick it up? Today's
So you're not commentating, so there's no point to watch the stream then.
Oh no, I'm talking through my hands, but not like,
Call.
yeah, I am. I'm talking them through.
Oh,
Player
Bit
folds.
less now. It's getting close for the ring.
that's the problem.
Fold.
It's weird. There was some weird stuff going on earlier too with the table.
I can't pick
One
anything
word.
up.
Raise.
Pretty's raised on the button. What stack is Pretty sitting on?
Call.
A million. So if I call,
Oh,
Pretty's got a good hand. I only stand to win a million. So
Fold.
the best I get 5 times my bet. I'm
That's
not winning that pot against
The
Pretty
flop.
enough times to make it worth it there. Also with Cupid coming in,
no, nothing.
Wyatt have to act. I have to either 3-bet or fold there. So
Check.
that's a
Taking
fold.
that thunder just for a
The
hand.
turn.
Pretty
Can't even bring up the menu.
should have hit that harder than
Player
most.
checks. Bet.
Suspect that's a king. She's got 50,000 back.
Fold.
Cupid folds.
Fold.
Wyatt folds. Yeah, something I think people miss is the depth of your opponent's stack and yours affects what you can call with. And the wider your range, the deeper the stacks need to be to make it worthwhile calling. So you can call or raise everyone with aces. You start getting into your 6-5s and your
Save me a seat.
8 tens.
Wait, if you go right now, yeah, you can get back. We'll play it slow.
I'm just going to turn the table down because Pretty's gone a bit robotic.
Play fast.
Just turn it down just a touch. That should help you. Yeah, the deeper the stacks, the wider the range you can play. So if you're playing 1,000 big blinds deep, which we do sometimes on this table, then you can call pretty wide pre-flop.
If the robot's really bad, just like go like this and I'll stop tapping.
It's peculiar. It cuts in and out as a robot. There doesn't seem to be a pattern.
It's more of your voice than anything.
That's a call. Call. The flop.
I didn't know what that meant either.
Check.
It means I don't want to hear your voice.
Oh, he's been out. It's a diss.
I'm joking.
Shocking.
I'm joking.
Absolutely shocking.
Can't do that on stream.
That's a call.
Yeah, I've got that's recorded now. It's going to be used in court and everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Player folds. Fold. Here's the turn.
You're waving by?
Bet. Call. Here's the river. Bet. Fold.
If you are watching, I appreciate it. If you are able to follow this channel on Twitch, appreciate that as well. I'm pretty close to getting affiliate status, which would be nice. I just need to do 3 streams in a week, I think, and get a couple more followers. So I'll probably
talking?
stream some sit and goes.
You're muted.
Doug.
Call.
Everybody turned you into a robot.
I had no idea.
You were a robot that whole time.
The classic "we can't hear you" prank in VR poker.
You were supposed to believe us and leave and come back.
Call.
Absolute classic VR comedy there.
Ready to lose $5 million.
Check.
So Pretty is close to winning the ring in the 5 million sit and go.
Player bet. Fold.
So she's looking for a game. I think Wyatt's up there as well.
That heads up
Fold.
was I had to win 2 in a row to win. I couldn't lose 1 or it wouldn't have worked. Yeah.
Player is all in.
The same with me.
Call.
Yeah.
The turn.
I think so.
Oh, nice hand, Pretty.
Play 1 and win.
Nice hand.
Just not play the second one.
Showdown. Three of a
So I think
kind.
what's happened there is Wyatt played 2 heads-up sit and goes against Ninja, which put him ahead in the leaderboard. Perfectly valid strategy, very sensible. But Pretty's now in second place, so Pretty needs to play some heads-up sit and go, heads-up 5 million sit and goes to catch him. I keep checking my wrist because I'm terribly worried about speaking well to the table rather than to the stream.
Come for me right
Player is
now.
all in.
If you do play, I'll put a bounty and say whoever wins against Pretty gets a backwards head.
Fold.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Did you see how quick he looked at her?
Fold. Fold.
VR banter, fantastic.
That was so quick.
So Pretty shoved. We're going to say jacks or better. Jacks probably, queens, ace, king. Sorry, sir.
Player folds.
Oh, you weren't late. When you rewatch the stream.
Oh, I saw you. Yeah.
I should have called you. I had pocket aces, but
Kings.
Your computer's pretty quick. You rebooted or just rebooted the app?
Just the app.
Oh, okay. They were like the computer and everything.
No.
Player is all in.
Pretty is on a tear. And if I get a hand, I'm going to have to call because I really need that 6 million for my
Fold.
attempt to get the ring.
Fold.
So with a bit of luck, we're going to get a hand, and it's going to happen again.
Fold.
Patience.
Player folds.
I read an article a while back which said that often patience is
Wow, nice hand up there.
At least they're going down.
apologies if that made you motion
Next-
sick, but I needed to
They're
see that.
getting like pocket
So
fives,
she's just
dude.
showing good hands, so need to be careful. Yeah, he said patience is often described as a strength of a poker player, and it's Jonathan Little, and he disagreed. He said it's not patience, it's discipline to stick to the strategy and always do the right thing. And it was interesting the distinction he made, because patience implies sitting passively waiting. Discipline is constantly applying your strategy and adapting your strategy depending on the situation. If she shoves 3 in a row, it would be amazing. No.
Call. 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 The flop. Bet. Call.
Mike's
Call.
the only one that would play 6-7 in this spot.
Call.
Good comment from
Call.
White there, which
The turn.
I don't know if you heard that. He said Mike's the only one that plays 6-7 in this spot, which means White's doing
Bet.
exactly what I do, which is constantly think about the ranges that people have got, who can connect with the flop, who might have a good hand. And you can be wrong, but it's how you make good decisions, because on balance you're more right than the average person who's just playing their hand against, I think they've got pocket fours in this spot or whatever.
Player bets. Fold.
This is interesting. Dark matter should have a straight here.
Fold.
Must be some 2 pairs, possibly a set out there. There could be a lot of missed flush draws. There could be 2 pair 4-5. This is a very difficult spot, because if you fold, if you fold 2 pair, you're pretty much saying they got the straight. I've seen Dark Matter bluff, decent player,
Showdown.
and there is the straight. White was right from the get-go.
What'd I tell you?
Damn you, White.
Right.
You pushed the pull off that putt.
Awesome.
Look how much money you made. You still had him call. You didn't believe it. They didn't believe me. I was going for the nut flush myself and missed.
That was excellent.
Yeah. I know. You looked at it and said, you're like you're all still, and your eyes are just going blink, blink.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Fantastic.
I'm out of here.
Fold.
I drew attention to your comment and I said, I don't know if you heard that, but White just said, yeah.
I'm not watching, but I will rewatch.
No, I said to the stream, I don't know if you heard that.
shit.
White just said 6-7 there, which shows that he's blah, blah, blah. It's fantastic. Perfect timing.
Player folds. Call.
Well, it does show is that Dark Matter's not afraid to stick his money in, so that's good. Hopefully we get a chance. This could be it. So Dark Matter's just lost a big pot. He's just bluffed. He's going to be vulnerable to making a mistake on the next hand unless he's incredibly disciplined.
Bet.
Just check I'm not saying that out loud.
If I didn't say something, you would have got more. Maybe.
Fold.
If I didn't say something.
Unfortunately, he's not got anything and
To be
fold.
honest, I think had you not said something, I would have bet a bit more on the river.
Yeah.
Maybe
you played it
still
properly.
Baited more people.
You put 2 million into 10 million.
I think the
Insta
2
call,
the 2 million
call.
into 10 million was about as rich as I could
perfect.
get after.
Yeah.
Raise.
Bit of a loose bet, but as I say, we started to chase out, so we get away with that hopefully.
Yep. Well played.
Accept Thunder's friend request on Twitch.
My flush didn't come in.
Yeah, you had a club flush. Yeah. Me too.
Fold.
Ace. What I have? Ace 6 of clubs.
I'm glad you're both chasing.
I should keep an eye on the Discord in case
Yeah, the turn gave us
loses a big hand.
straight
Oh, he
draw
says he
as well.
can't play, so he can't make it a better battle. That's a
You need
shame.
the 7. Would you have the 7?
Player
And
folds.
you needed the
No,
6.
I got the jack on the river.
Oh. Okay.
Player checks. Check.
I'm not betting that.
Both chasing clubs because that's 4 down right there.
I've just missed the hell out of that board. We're just going to let go. I'm out of position to White. I'm out of position to Pretty. Pretty's got a lot of kings and queens in a range, so we just fold.
Just 2 million into, so it was just right.
Fold.
Mooses has put on Discord that he can't play right now, so I know my target.
Call. Player folds.
Anyone want to give me 15 million so I can go to bed?
Fold.
Don't look
Sure.
at me.
Can I get it double back tomorrow?
Of course, obviously. Absolutely, 100%. Hand on heart, yeah.
Call.
I'm down for that.
That's a call. Fold. Call. Call. The flop. Check. 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 Bet. Fold. 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 Player folds. Call. Fold. Call. That's a call. 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 Check. The flop. Player checks. Check. 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 Player checks. Check. The turn. Check. 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 Bet. Fold. Call. Fold. 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 The river. Bet. Call. Showdown. Side pot. 3 of a kind. Split pot.
Chop it up. Jack 4 versus Jack 7. Starting to believe this Jack 4 business.
Fold. Raise. That's a call. Call. Fold. Fold.
There we go.
Fold.
Got an hour and a half.
That's a call.
I came
It's
second in the
flop.
ring 1 week. I needed, I think, 7 million with 5 minutes to go.
Player
And
checks.
so I was just playing like a lunatic.
Weird.
And
No.
I shoved all in for 10 million with, I think it was 30 seconds to go. This guy thought and called.
Call.
Unfortunately, the hand didn't finish till after the
Call.
time was up. But what it meant was, so I didn't win the ring. And I didn't get the benefit of the hand on the next week's leaderboard because it started before
That's
the
a call.
it straddled the
The
cutoff,
turn.
and the next week was close as well. I think I won that one, but it was yeah, frustrating. So it can go down to the last few minutes. If I am within
Bet.
10 million to go with 5 minutes left, I'm just going to shove 10 million in with nothing, and the chips may fall where they
Raise.
may. Hopefully, it
Call.
doesn't come to that.
Call. Call. The river. Check.
I've won 7 rings at this table. This is the 7th one. They're not that pretty, unfortunately. They're nice because they're unique. You can just about make out the
Bet.
Roman numerals on there somewhere. And then, but the 5th rank one is a
Fold.
lot nicer, prettier. I think the rings at the 5k, 10k table, which the iridescent ones are a lot prettier. Do like those.
Player folds. Showdown.
Another big hand for Mike.
Oh,
Dark
man.
Batters are in trouble.
His hand.
I think he had a 6 there. I would maybe
Thanks. Had I
king
known
probably.
he was gonna call me as fast as he did, I would have put more in the pot.
So Dark Matter's down to
I got a whole
625,000.
lot more off of me.
Fold.
I refrained from saying you're the only guy that would
That's a
play
call.
eights when I saw that flop. So
Player is all in.
Right, this is a weird
That
spot.
one made me laugh. I
That
was like,
625,000 is going in very wide. If I call,
even in the middle
hopefully
of
we'll
the
get a
hand, I
few
would've been in
callers,
tears
and we've got a
laughing
dry
when he
side
said
pot.
that.
Call. Call.
Yeah, these are strange hands, these ones, because
Fold.
the range is a bit off. Because we know that that guy's all in
Fold.
Dark Matter. So
Fold.
hopefully pretty calls. We're now 4 away to the flop with the dry
Here's
side
the
pot and
flop.
Dark Matter all in. And I have missed it completely. No point bluffing because I can't get Dark Matter to fold.
Player checks.
So this is likely to
Check.
get checked through to the river.
Turn.
I've now picked up a gut shot, which is better than a kick in the teeth. Unfortunately, I'm not
Bet.
going to get a chance to hit it,
Fold.
and we just fold, even though it's a
Fold.
fairly small bet.
I still have 26 million to
The
go
river.
to get break even.
Nice bet from Pretty.
Showdown.
She's got the flush
turn.
draw, so she potentially wins on a 5 and a 3 if she gets everyone to fold, and a 4. Or a diamond. Loads of outs, actually. Dark Matter's back in it.
Fold. Call. Player folds. Raise.
Gotta come defend. Taking
I
you.
accidentally dropped 100 million on the table. I hit the button in the menu by accident.
Oh dear.
Sure.
I honest to God did.
I'm joking.
That's a call. 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 That's a call. The flop. Check. Check.
Presumably, I must admit, I'm getting
Player
tired. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here nearly. I think I called a raise, which is good. So I can definitely call this if I want to gamble and hit the straight. Heart would be bad. There's loads of people behind.
On you.
That should be a fold in ordinary circumstances, but this could turn into the pot that makes the difference. We really don't want to see the 8 of hearts or the Queen of hearts. That would put us in a very awkward spot. White calls. White will call with a lot of draws.
Call.
A Jack, Queen maybe, King, Queen.
That's a call.
So the 7 of clubs is the card we're
Player
looking for
folds.
here.
The turn.
That is not the 7 of clubs. Have hit the
Check.
straight, but it's garbage.
Check.
I'm winning 1 time in 4 or 5 here.
Check.
There's so
Check.
many flush draws out there for people. If it checks through, however, I'm in a lot better shape. And Dizzle can bluff here, but I hate
Bet.
call. Oh lordy, I've given myself a horrible
Call.
decision.
Fold.
So I've got 5 to 1 here that he's not got a flush, but he's always got a flush. There's also King 10's land. I'm just going to fold this. I really want to win the pot
Fold.
because it could be the one that tips me over the edge, but I just don't think I'm winning
Fold.
enough there.
The river.
It could have been a terrible fold. It's turned into a good fold regardless because someone's now got a flush 100%. Thunder could have the King of Hearts here as a big candidate. King 10 with the King of Hearts, not like 10's not a heart. Thunder, Dizzle's likely got a lower flush, 2-card flush, which is now counterfeited to a certain extent by the 2 of hearts on the river, which he folds,
Fold.
and hopefully Thunder shows the King of Hearts. Please show the King of Hearts. Oh, nicely done. 10 of Hearts. I thought it was the King, Thunder. Got the 10 right, but I thought it was the King. And that's a nice bet by Thunder on the river. And off goes Dizzle. I think he might have folded the best. And or he might just be moving seats, who knows. Hey, Diva.
Hey guys.
Fold.
Council.
Good. How are you, Council?
Player is all
Brad,
in.
am I the only one that ever calls you Esquire, or
Player
does
folds.
everybody else
No,
call you?
some other people do too. Some people also
That's a
are
call.
clued into the significance.
Fold. Here's the flop.
Shove with sevens by
The turn.
Q8. Sorry.
The river.
Did you catch Moosers?
No,
Showdown. Two
not yet. I
people.
need another. What do I need? Oh, a little bit more now. 16 million.
16.
That's doable.
Fold. Raise.
Yeah,
Fold.
high praise for you, Vunder.
Sorry?
One of the top 5 players in the game.
Who?
That's what Crab said about you.
Call.
That's hard
Oh.
to believe that I am.
That does depend on who the other four are, doesn't it? I mean,
On any given day.
Maybe a top
Call.
50, maybe.
no. I meant what I said. I'll stand by it.
Check. Player bets. Call.
It's better than the comments he has about me. That guy with the garbage 6-3.
Fold.
Yeah, I'm still angry about that. I'm going to write an entire blog post about it.
That's a call.
Cracking my kings.
The turn.
Kings cracked.
Check.
Pocket kings.
Cocking kings.
Player is all
Fucking
in.
336. It's disgusting. I vomited inside my headset.
It was epic.
Call.
I'm not ahead very often here, but the way he's staring at me, I think he's.
Call.
I don't know. I have to call 700,000. Three's a blank. Check.
Player
Obviously.
check. Showdown.
Yeah.
3 of a kind.
When someone starts turns to you like that, they're very excited. So he was hoping I'd call. I can't fold the 700,000 into 3 and a bit
Pocket
million.
eights.
So.
No good. I had the eight of spades though.
Fold.
You know, so I had a momentary hope of a straight
Fold.
flush.
We lost a little bit here. We're now 18 million behind.
Nice. And they
that one
won.
hurt a bit.
They held up.
That one hurt a
Fold.
little bit.
Nothing bad happened. There were no quads fixes
It's too
out
soon
there.
for dark matters because he lost some money on
Call.
that one.
But fluctuations are to be expected.
Fold.
Just chasing that one big
Call.
pot that will tip us over the edge.
Check. The flop. Check. Check.
Yeah, big old ring would be nice.
You got me
Whistle.
on that straight
Bet.
too. When the
Call.
guy called out.
On both of them, yeah.
Fold. The turn.
So Diva's joined us.
Check.
Diva's really good,
Player
really
check.
solid player. Bluffs
river.
sometimes where you don't expect it. Doesn't make many mistakes. And in the time I've been playing with her, has improved a lot.
I like how you're staring right at my chips.
Fold.
Such a dead giveaway.
Yeah, see, Mike's picked up on exactly the same tell. Way turned round to me a minute ago. He's absolutely giving away a ton of information with the way he's looking at people. Dark matter. It's one of the reasons I try and stay still all the time.
I just put him there and I look at his face and he's just mesmerized by them, waiting for me to. And I pick them up and his head
That's a
moves with the
call.
chips. It's like,
Call.
It's funny that Mike's picked up on exactly the same tell as I did.
Call.
yeah, you really shouldn't do that there.
Call. Player
Who
check.
says I wanted you to call?
The
Or
flop.
raise?
He did. He 100% did.
Check. Check.
The rag back. I did
Check.
not want those chips going.
Check.
in.
Oh, I didn't have that in at all.
Bet.
I was chasing the straight.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Well, that's gone.
No.
No, he says.
Dinner.
Yeah. I suspect if I suddenly go past, he'd log back on
Fold.
exactly as I would.
Fold. Call. 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 Raise it up. Player folds. Call. Call. The flop.
Hello.
Player checks. Player bets.
I
Player
do
folds.
not know this chap. I would remember that
Player
up.
folds.
He joined a couple of months ago. He's played 248 hands, so we know he's bought some chips because you can't get here in 248 hands without buying chips. That doesn't mean he's necessarily not very good. But for the purposes of trying to win this ring, let's hope he's not very good. His win percentage of 15.3 is very low, which means he's not likely to be loose. He's likely to be very tight, possibly excessively so.
Fold. That's a call.
Largest pot 7 million, so he's played at this table before.
Fold.
Let's see what happens. Right, I was tempted
Fold.
to raise because that was my button there, but I will resist
That's
that
a call.
temptation because that would be a terrible
Check.
play.
Here's the flop. Check. 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 Bet.
So I realise I'm
Fold.
staring at the table thing there.
Fold.
I do look at the table
Call.
a lot.
The turn.
Stack sizes, statistics of
Player
people.
checks.
It'd be lovely to get some more numbers
Check.
on there.
Here's the river. Bet. Fold.
Mike takes down another one. He's turning around his bad day at the moment. Where are we at this table? We are 6 million up since the table restarted. We've won about 40 million today, give or take.
But it's fun to just show
Call.
one like that.
Fold.
That's all you had, man. 6-3.
Fold.
Son of a bitch.
Player folds.
Wouldn't be the first time.
That's a call.
That's still like, I'm just calling that.
Raise.
If 6-3's not garbage, then what is?
3-bet. Fold.
Sorry, Mark Aldos.
What is this?
I wasn't intending to throw those in
Sure,
the
yeah.
wrong direction.
I
It
believe
was
you.
totally accidental.
What are you doing?
I was
I
just
used to
getting
have a
out
dream
quickly
go through
out
my
of the
head.
way
you.
while
Call.
these whole
And then there,
raise, re-raise, 5-bet, 6-bet, 8-bet thing was going on. You could
Fold.
exactly.
Have
One
you-
could
Here's the
consider
flop.
getting out of the way of that.
Have you played the Real Fishing VR game?
No.
You catch some of those
No, I've been
fish in
having
the
a
salt
rough night.
water, they go right through your
Bet.
head too, so I'm used to it.
Now the only
It
fishing I do
sounds
is
like
Call.
Animal
And
Crossing,
the turn.
which Crab is very familiar with.
I am. I don't play it. It's a big part of my life because of other people playing it. I know all about turnips.
Player bets.
Yeah, screw stock options. The turnip market is where it's at.
Turnip market and Animal Crossing is serious business. Bet from Vander here, representing the flush or the 4. Mike gets out of the way.
That's a you don't want to see it. Oh, look at those.
Nice
He's
bluff.
just, yeah, but he hits
At
the
least I
flush.
have the
He's
king
got
of
me.
hearts.
King of Hearts there. I
Yes.
think that was Kings with the King of Hearts.
Yeah, you still had me though. But it's hard to, yeah, I could have ace king.
Good bet by Vander.
You could
Very
have
aggressive.
King, Queen of Hearts. For all I know, it's
Right.
Fold.
got anything on that
Right.
board.
Right, we have a hand. We're going to play it.
Raise.
Sometimes we would fold that normally, but we're going to play it here
Fold.
because we need to win some money.
Throttled it up.
VIP for life next to us. I recognise the name.
Can't afford to lose.
Stats haven't appeared yet.
Call.
It's a 3-bet from Mike.
Raise.
He is. It's not very big, so we can call. 2.5 to 1. Vander's going to come along as well. Very, very rare that he's going to 4-bet there. Very rare that he's going to fold either, so this could be the pot we're looking for.
Call. The flop.
It is not. Mike's got a lot of
Bet.
kings there. I could float, but Vunder's behind. Can I float this flop?
He's commentating about how dry that board is and what could Mike have here in this range. Oh, sorry.
On you. Fold.
Exit spot on. Absolutely spot on.
Fold.
Can I float here and get away with it? He's got a lot of kings. Yep, nice hand.
Ace queen again.
I just wanted my money back for the ace queen.
I'm learning from you and others. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Cool.
Fold.
Yeah, Diva's absolutely spot on there.
Every
Player
failure
folds.
is a new learning experience.
Player folds.
Exactly.
That's a call. Fold. Raise. That's a call.
Yeah, imagine how good you'd be if you only made each mistake once. If every time you made a mistake at the poker table, you never made it again. You'd be the best player in the world in a fortnight.
Bet. Fold.
Trouble is, we all keep making the same mistakes
Call.
over and over again
Call.
because patterns,
Here's the turn.
familiar ways of doing
Check.
things, very hard to break habits in poker.
Player bets.
If you habitually play a hand a certain way, it's very hard to let that go completely.
Call.
It's like relearning your golf swing. And often when you do try and change your habits, you get worse before you get
And
better.
the river.
This is interesting. I'm not quite sure what dark matter's supposed to have here. It's a weird line. Because the ace on the turn changes the board so huge. He's on the big blind. Could have a weird two pair. Strange. So when someone takes strange lines like that, I'm far more inclined to call them down because they're far more likely to be bluffing. Again, I would fold this if I wasn't
Raise
chasing the ring.
Fold. Fold.
This is a great spot to lose a big pot.
Call. Call.
I'm going to lose a big pot in this from here
Call.
a lot more often than I'm going to win one, but I have to spin the dice or spin the wheel a little bit at the moment to try and get that big pot. Getting lots of action, which is good. So if we do hit bingo on the flop, we should get paid. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Although that is good, I am absolutely smashed up by ace queen. I am beating 10 jack. I am beating king queen, which must call. I'm losing to a set of tens, which shouldn't be out there because Bundle would have 3-bet it. Diva might not have done. King 9. There's 8-9 as a straight draw. Everyone's folding. Oh, it's a shame. Got to bet there though because so many cards on the river improve hands to beat me. A 9 kills the action. A 10's horrible for me. A queen's horrible. An ace is horrible. Whereas low cards, well, if a low card comes and they weren't calling on the flop, they're not calling when a low card comes. So you bet that. You, if you get raised, you've got an interesting decision. And if you win, you win.
Player folds.
Shame no one had 10 jack again.
Fold. Call. That's a call. Raise. Call. Fold.
Whistle's talking to me in the chat. I forgot to switch on the window. There it is. Let's put that up there. So let's see what Whistle's got to say. Hey, they need a blinged out door. Hey, Mark was a good player. He's poker. Did you know?
Bet. Fold. Fold.
Mark Hall. I'm streaming at the moment, and Whistle's watching my stream, and he said to tell you what's up, motherfucker. That's from Whistle.
I'm gonna get his ass in here.
There you go, Whistle.
Let me look at my card.
Call. Player folds. Call.
Right, we've got a seat open.
That's a call.
We really need someone who pushes the action to
Call.
appear there so we can
Player
win that big
checks.
pot. It's
Here's the
starting to
flop.
look a little less likely at the
Check.
moment.
Check.
Um,
Check. Check.
Mike's gone.
Check.
Mike might pop
The
back.
turn.
Oh no, Mike's not gone. He's just gone for a walk around the arena. His
Check.
chips are still there. I won't spin around and
Check.
look for him because I don't want to make
Check.
you feel sick watching.
Bet. Player folds. Fold. Call. Call. The river.
Oh, Cupid.
Player checks. Bet. Fold. That's a call. Showdown. 2 pair.
Right, I've not played with Mark before, but Queen 5 under the gun is pretty loose. So that's
That's a call.
sorry,
Fold.
interesting.
Fold. Call. Player folds.
There goes Mike. Is he hanging around behind me?
Raise. Player folds.
Mike's abusing the robots.
Call.
Now he's going to
Call.
see the sandworm.
The flop.
Let's go and
Check.
walk over there with him.
Check. Bet. Call.
So this is what it looks like when you're away
Player
from the
folds.
table. It's fantastic.
turn.
It really is good fun. Apologies if this is making people feel a bit
Check.
queasy. I won't do the jumping
Check.
thing because I can bounce
river.
around and fly into space like Mikey's.
Player checks.
But yeah, if you've got a Vive or you're on Steam, it's well worth fiddling around with the settings to do this because there's some lovely stuff that you don't see sitting at the table, and the environments are absolutely beautiful.
Player folds.
I'll just move around slowly. Keanu Weaves. I do not know him. So you get a beautiful. I'm just going to jump up into space, so close your eyes for your motion sickness. And there we go. They're beautiful.
It must have been a
Raise.
Wrong table.
what's
I
that
was gonna say, I've
button
never
that you
seen-
join any table button?
Quick join.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah,
it's
Yeah,
with
we
that
lost
way.
Keanu Reeves. Happens a lot up here. You get people
Oh,
join and then
It's here.
disappear immediately.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Yeah.
He's
Fold.
actually a very tight and decent player.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
I've never
he's
seen
good.
Keanu play up here though. I
Yeah,
play a
he's a
lot
good
with him
player.
at
Fold.
5,000, 10,000.
Who was it? I didn't notice who it was.
Keanu Weaves.
Call.
He's a good
He
player.
plays
The
on
flop.
the 500 1K.
Check.
5K, 10K. Yeah.
Bet.
Yeah.
Call.
Don't blame them. You guys are animals up
Mike's
here.
Call.
Mike
The
might
turn.
pop back. Oh no, Mike's not gone. He's just gone for a walk around the
Check.
arena. His chips are still there. I won't spin around
Check.
and look for him because I don't want to make
Check.
you feel sick watching.
The river. Check. Bet. Fold. Fold.
He's
Better
checking
than
on
my
his.
nothing.
Oh, Cupid.
That board was so yucky for both of our hands.
Yeah.
If you hit a queen, you were good on the river, but that was it.
Player folds.
Little dry spot with the cards. Temptation when you get a dry spot is to start playing hands, but you just got to ride it out
Fold.
because when you're playing hands you shouldn't. That's how you lose chips. He's back again.
He's back.
Keanu Weaves.
Call.
Always nice to see a new player at the Uncapped.
That's a call. Here's the flop. Check. Player checks. Player bets. Fold. Player folds.
I am proper tired now. It is now 3:18 in the morning. So I had a good sleep this afternoon because I knew I was going to be up late. And I was late getting up this morning after high stakes Saturday, so my body clock's a bit off. But I could really do with a kip soon.
Fold. Fold.
Tempting to raise, but it's a fold.
Fold. Raise it.
fly into space like Mikey's.
That's a
Yeah,
call.
if you've got a Vive or you're on Steam, it's well worth
Fold.
fiddling around with the settings to do this because there's some lovely stuff that you don't
Call.
see sitting at the table.
flop.
The environments are absolutely beautiful. Let's move around slowly. Keanu Weaves.
Check.
I do not know him. So you get a beautiful.
Bet.
I'm just going to jump up into space. So close your eyes if you motion sickness. Oh, there we go. They're beautiful.
Raise. Call. Call. And the turn.
Pots 2.7 million. Actions of Mike on the turn. 2 of diamonds. Interesting card. Really can only be hit with a small blind. Thunder should have the best hand here. More often than not. Obviously bet the flop. Continues betting on the turn, which either means he's got a draw with the Queen 10. Could have picked up a diamond draw with Ace Queen of Diamonds, Ace King of Diamonds, but most likely he's just got the Jack. He has to call whatever he's got there because it's only 800,000 into 6 million pot, and by the looks of it, he's got a draw. And the table.
The river.
Oh no, he's got the Jack. Ace Jack.
Showdown.
Thunder looked a bit more disappointed with the shove. Thought he had a Jack originally, and he did. And that's a bit of loose play from Mark. That's the trouble. You flop top pair without a decent kicker, or even without the best kicker. You're really only getting your money in against hands that beat you. When you can, Thunder could have had a draw there, but more often than not, he's got the Jack,
Call.
or even an overpair.
That's a call.
And you want to engineer situations where you're ahead.
Fold. Call.
It's a good thing you didn't hit your ace.
Fold. Check. The
I
flop.
actually put you on the ace. I
Player
actually put you on
check.
the ace jack to be exact. When you
Check.
came in over with 1 million.
Yeah,
So
then
even
you
if-
probably would have been
even
much
if
more
I-
careful.
Yeah, I would have been
Bet.
far more careful. I was hoping to see my queen
Call.
and not the ace.
Right.
Fold. Player folds. That's a call. Here's the turn. Player checks. Check. Check. The river.
I'm a late flopper.
Bet. Fold. Fold.
Right, just had a look at the leaderboard, and I need 20 million to catch Mooses. So let's see what we can do. Let's go for it.
Raise it up. Call. Call.
Call from Mr. VIP.
Fold.
3 bet from Mike would be lovely.
Raise it.
Gonna hate me if I win this hand with 8-6 under the gun.
Fold.
So I'm purely playing now to try and win the damn ring.
Fold. Call. Call.
Do not try this at home.
Call. Here's the flop. Check. Check. Check.
Oh, we don't have a club, and we don't have an ace, and we don't have any draws other than the gut shots of the 7.
Fold.
So we missed on that one. Worth a try. Just the way that's a great way to lose chips. Terrible play.
Fold.
Unless you're in this kind of situation where you're trying to chase a
Player
ring down.
folds.
Easy for Mike to bluff with anything in a good bet. Very good bet with the ace king. A lot of people slow down when the flush is. If you've got 2 suited cards, I think it's 114 to 1 to flop the flush. Now Now, there were 4 people in that hand, so you're looking at about 25 to 1. The ace was out there, which means there's even fewer people going to have 2 clubs in their hand. So don't be afraid when a suited a monotone board flops and you've got a top pair. Bet it anyway, because the people who've got the ace, assuming the ace is on the board, are going to call. 2 pairs are going to call. The odd occasional straight draw. I think people slow down too quickly when flush boards.
Fold. Fold. Call. That's a call. The flop. Check. Check. Bet. Fold. Player folds. Fold. Fold. Raise it.
Right, this should be a fold, but I'm going to call
Fold.
for reasons previously stated.
Fold. Fold. That's a call. Call.
Unless I hit a big hand, watch how I just bleed chips playing hands like this. I've lost about $1 million on the previous hand, another 300,000 here that I'm going to lose. Literally bleed chips when you do this, and they add up. People say it's only 300,000. You do that 10 times, that's 3 million. And over the course of a session, you will, and that 3 million is quite often the difference between. This nonsense, absolute nonsense. How dare he have jacks? How very dare he? Thanks, Cupid. Hopefully it will.
Call. Fold. Raise. Call. Raise it. Player folds. That's a call. Player folds. Player folds. Call. Call. Here's the flop. Player checks. Check. Check. Bet. Player is all in. Fold. Fold. Here's the turn.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
The river.
That is unfortunate. The case ace hits the flop. Ace jacks
Full house.
pretty much going to play itself at that point. And a very nice hand for Mr. Keanu Weaves, who I do not know. And let's look at his stats. Been playing for nearly a year. Largest pot 12 million, so that one's a big one for him. Win percentage 13.1%. That's very low, which means he is not giving his money away lightly. He is clearly a solid player, probably a little too tight. But being too tight at these tables is going to get you. It's going to be a winning strategy. It's going to be a slow winning strategy, but it's going to be a winning strategy. So we need to watch out. Probably also means that I can push him around a little bit if I get the opportunity.
Just a little bit.
Player folds. Fold.
Right, now I've got Divas sitting out, and we've got an empty seat, which means we're playing 6-handed on the next hand, which means I can play a little bit looser.
Fold. Check.
We lose that fella. Didn't really get in a hand with him.
Check. Check. The turn. Player checks. Bet. Fold.
much shame in showing that hand.
Fold.
Cannot catch a break at the minute.
Fold.
It will happen.
Sorry, man.
Ride out the rough spot. It will happen.
Call.
Trust in probability.
Call.
Limp on the button from
Check.
Mark Hall.
The flop.
If it's folded to you,
Punt.
limping on the button just says,
Player check.
"Hi blinds, I know you've got
Check.
2 cards. I'd like to give you a
Return.
chance to hit the flop."
Player checks. Check.
Whereas
Player
if you
checks.
raise, you're making to make a
The river.
decision. So don't do that.
Bet.
And yep,
That's a call.
check, check,
Fold. Showdown.
and then a bet on the turn
Pair.
from and sneaky pair on the river from Mike.
Picking up those chips.
And he's
I mean, I
geeky.
saw it, but it
Like
was
playing with
big.
geeky. Very aggressive. Not been playing long. Was talking to him earlier.
Like in the movies.
Just been playing a couple of months, picking the game up very fast.
Call. Fold.
Hello.
Fold. Player folds.
Shouldn't have been calling that.
What'd I miss?
Fold.
Alright, I gotta go to bed. Night, guys.
That's it, man. Right
Check.
before
See you later, mate.
The flop.
You have a chance.
See you later,
I
mate.
don't have a chance at all. I had a chance like 3 days ago. But
You can take
Check.
where are you?
Check.
Yeah, I might. It's 20 million. If I was within 5 million, I'd start just shoving 5 million in. But Mooses has worked hard for the ring. I don't want to win it on a kind of bingo situation. It's not the way I'd like to do it. I mean, I'm going to play looser and I'll take a gamble if I get it. But
Player
yeah,
bet.
there's nothing wrong with bingoing for a ring, but not in the spirit of it, unfortunately.
See, Mike.
Raise.
Although who knows? Let's see what happens.
Showdown. 3 of a kind.
And Keanu is on fire.
Raise. Player fold. Call. Fold. Fold. Call.
We get a call from Keanu, so his range should be fairly well defined. He shouldn't hit that flop at all. I've got a gut shot, so I can bet that. Hopefully get a fold. If I get a call, that's fine, because I can
Call.
continue bluffing on the turn.
Fold.
Keanu folds.
Return.
Thunder calls. Thunder can have so many draws out there. I'm just going to keep betting and see what happens.
Bet.
I'm basically saying I've got a really big pair here. Stop chasing your flush. And if he called, I would have to continue to bet on the river.
You win.
So a little pot there. I need a few more of them. And we have 28 minutes to win the ring.
Fold.
Let's go for it.
Call. Raise.
Is there enough money on the table? Thunder's the only person who can get me there straight away.
Call.
And I can't remember the last time I won a 20 million pot of Thunder. So it's not looking very good.
Call. Here's the flop. Player checks. Player checks. Bet. Call. Fold. That's a call. The turn. Check.
So the
Player
board
bet.
closes in 27 minutes.
Player
I've got to win
folds.
20 million in 27 minutes. That's quite the challenge.
Raise. Call. Here's the river. Check.
That's unfortunate.
Showdown. 3 of a kind. Call. Check. The flop. Check.
Darker Matters is back. I
Bet.
think he just made a quick trip to the bank.
Fold. Fold.
Oh, maybe not, he was down. A lot of people come through the table this evening. Mike did well with 14 million. Losers 5 million. Myself, Thunder's doing well. Who's the big loser this evening? No one really. 7 million's no big deal at this table. Been very tight. Ace 9, folding early position. No one's limped, no one's raised. I can chuck it a bit here.
Player folds. Call.
Artist wants me to bingo for 20 million so that he can get second place.
Player is
Brilliant.
all in.
Oh, this is not a good spot. This is not a good spot. But I'm going to have to call, aren't I? Because I'm going to have to call because of the situation. I do not like it. He can have any pair. He can have ace 10 through ace king, and then I'm absolutely smashed up. There's no way I've got the odds to call that. So this is a gamble.
Here's the flop.
At least I've got the ace. Hearts as well.
And the turn.
And one more of those would be lovely.
The river.
And thank you very much.
Showdown.
Oh, it's too hard
Flush.
for the king.
You win.
King high flush. That would have been fun to play.
I need 20 million rather quickly. So that was a proper gamble.
Call. Call.
It's going to require some ambitious play, I think.
Raise.
Oh, hello. Or someone turning up with lots of money. One or the other.
What's up?
How you doing, mate? Right, exactly what we needed. A true underdog is the kind of player who will give you the opportunity to win 20 million very, very quickly. I will also have the opportunity to lose it, but that's exactly what we need. And sorry about that, Abby. That was a harsh run out for you there. Good shove.
Player folds.
Right, this is the kind of gambling spot we need against Thunder. I've got a very well disguised hand. He's 3-bet, so his range should be fairly well defined. I've hit the 4. Unless Thunder's got a jack or an overpair, he's not hit that. And he can have a jack or an overpair quite often, but I am going to call this because I can hit another 4 on the turn. I can hit 2 pair on the turn with a 6. I can get a weird, funky backdoor straight draw. Oh, he's put a nice size bet in there. I was hoping it'd be a bit smaller. Do we dare call this down? I think we dare.
Call. And the turn.
That's a great card for us, and we're check raising the hell out of this turn. Unless he's got king queen, we're in great spot. Now, if he's got ace queen, ace king, he's gonna see about this anyway, because this hits his range so much harder than mine. Oh, that's a good bet. That is a very good bet size. If I check raise, we're playing for all the marbles. Whereas if I call, the pot is 10 million. I can put another 10 million on the river. If I hit,
The river.
great bet from him though. Right, now that's a bad card for him.
Player checks.
Because I can have a jack and suddenly queens, etc. aren't looking as good. So I can bluff this river. But what's he folding that doesn't get beaten by a 4 already? I mean, I'm beating ace queen, ace king. Oh, he's a devil, isn't he? Look at that bet. I think I have to call this. And I hope he's got ace king, ace queen, which he's got a fair chunk of the time. He doesn't have many jacks. Queens, aces, kings. 7, 8, 9. I'm going to call this.
Call. Showdown.
Ah, queens. Yeah, fair enough. I was just hoping you had ace king. Yeah, no, so hoping, not expecting. Fully expecting to lose, but hoping that that was the one occasion where it was a reasonable gamble. Right, does that mean I can go to bed?
Call.
That's it.
Yeah, 30 million. That's 28, 26, 28. Yeah, it's pushing it.
Good
Right.
night, Crab. You go to bed, Crab?
Yeah, I'll go to bed, mate. Unless you want to drop 30 million to me really quickly. How much you got on the
No,
table?
if
No?
you want to help me out, dude, I'll give you my 30 for your 40.
Yeah, deal, done. Absolutely done.
That'd be good, man.
Yeah, I'll give it another 5 minutes. I'll give it 5 minutes, and we'll see how we go.
Call.
There you go.
Call.
So yeah, took the gamble, didn't work.
Call.
I mean, if I check raise the turn, so if I check raise that turn there with the flush draw, I think Vunder just calls, and unless the river's very scary, I can't get him to fold the queens.
Raise.
Obviously, if the river does come a diamond,
Darker matters.
I get the lot there.
You've been, dude.
So yeah, diamond on that river. I think if I check, he checks back because the diamond's a bit of a scare card. He's worried about the jack. So I don't think I check. I think I bet that river, and I think I bet
Bet you, Deep.
about
How are you doing?
8 million. I think he probably has to
Doing
call with
pretty
the
well, thank
queens
you.
because I am bluffing a lot in that spot.
And Geeky, I said you did good last. Was it last night you did good? It was last
Yeah.
night.
So calling with the 4. No, why didn't I check? Why didn't I bluff the river? Because the only hand that I'm beating is ace king. The only hand he's folding to a bluff is ace king. I'm already beating that with the 4. So it's an interesting spot. Like I say, I shouldn't have been in that spot in the first place because I'm just chasing the ring at the moment. So, but nevertheless, I found myself in an interesting spot, and I took a shot with it. Now, hopefully, because everyone knows I'm chasing the money, they won't believe that I've got a hand as strong as this.
I like to ride with you. And usually lose.
So artist is just sneaking into third place at the moment, so he doesn't want to play in case he loses his position. Shame no one 3-bet. I could have shoved there. Please raise, please raise. Who are you? You are Success Hurricane. He's got 19 on the board, million on the board. I have flopped the ever-loving crap out of that. So let's hope that someone's got King Jack.
Everything that could have helped me did not come out. Okay, not one fucking thing I needed came
King 10 is in all sorts of trouble. Obviously, King Queen is murdering me. There's 10 Jack. There's a lot of flush draws.
In the lobby, when you're looking at the tables, you see like white dots to show the seats are full, and then sometimes they're green, and that means like it's a friend at the table.
Fold.
What does it mean when there's a purple dot?
That's what I saw was purple. I thought that means him.
Yeah.
Oh, Crab's purple.
Yeah.
Oh, does that mean he's streaming? Is that it?
Bet.
So yeah, I am streaming, and it's a full house. I have to bet it because Ace Queen is now cool.
See, look, and you weren't gonna stay.
I know. I was hoping someone would. Yeah, I was hoping someone would.
That's a good hand, man.
Where was the 3? Where was the 3-bet? Yeah, I'm streaming, mate. When you put this badge on, it turns your purple.
Yeah. Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah. There's a link on Discord if you want to watch how badly I'm playing.
Raise.
Right, now we're really going for it. How far off are we? We need a lot of money.
Call.
We 3-bet King Queen of Hearts. The flop comes ace high. That suits me because I'm supposed to have more aces than he's got. So we bet a decent chunk of change, and he should fold everything except for the aces. And he does. That's a little bit more back in the bank. Should take us back over 90 million.
I got it for watching a game on.
How close? 5-9. We can't really play that. We've been going to leave for 5 minutes for the last 2.5 hours, so I'm doing well.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
We're getting so close to the reset now. I can't really go anywhere.
Raise.
This is classic poker player behaviour. Yeah, one more hand, one more orbit. I'll play to the button. I'll play to finish this drink.
Call. Call.
I play till I lose my house, my marriage, my children, etc., etc. Not a risk usually in VR poker, but a major risk for people playing all night in casinos.
That's a call.
That got pretty dark there. I do apologise. This is a light-hearted stream.
The turn. Bet.
This table, the balance of the table shifted over time. You see, at one point there was a lot of players who are very, very solid who don't give chips away. But now we've got 3 or 4 people sitting here who are prepared to stick it in with a much wider range. Interesting min bet.
The river.
A min bet should indicate a jack at that point, or even 9-10 for the straight. Interesting to see here because I don't know how this guy plays. He should have a jack or better, and you would hope maybe even a full house or a straight, because you don't generally bluff with a min.
Time for dinner. See you all later.
Min bet. See you later, mate. Love to see this hand. It would tell us a lot about this guy. Nope. Yeah, don't give away information there, because if that was a bluff, it was brilliant. But if he shows it, it gives away a lot about the way he plays. 10-7.
Call. That's a call. Call.
Better believe we're going to be raising this. We're on the button.
That's a
We've
call.
got like a billion limps. So, standard.
There he is. What's up, Neon Sniper Panda? What's up, baby?
Oh, and there's someone who can get involved in big pots. We have a chance, ladies and gentlemen. We have a chance.
Oh, Moser left his table.
Call.
I think he's still number 1 too. God,
Call.
You ain't gonna say shit about my new suit, Neon. You ain't gonna say nothing about my new giddy up, really.
Bro, you always look fly.
Hey, you gotta, I'm trying to look fly, baby. You gotta like that.
Oh, second pair, 4 callers. No backdoor flush draw. A bet from Geeky. How much has he got? He's only got 1 million. See, he'll do that with a lot of draws. He'll do that with any 8. I am gambling, so I think we're going to have to call this. Oh, we can fold it now, because I'm not ahead of 2 people.
Player folds.
What have we got here?
The turn. Check.
Oh, 3 people. I missed it. It was called there as well.
Check. Here's the river.
Well, that implies a flush, because the 8 would have bet the turn from success. So you got a queen high flush draw. Let's hit the queen on the river. Feels like it.
Bet.
And we should have an 8 from Geeky. 8 from Geeky. King high flush draw. That was complete and total airball on the river. Interesting though that he bluffed that river, because there wasn't much in the side pot. Nice hand for Geeky. 69,966,666 is a sexy number according to artists. Right, here we go. Jacks. We're gonna bump this up ridiculously large pre-flop and try and get some people all in. This will not be an optimal play, but it will be a play designed to create a big pop. So let's make this 1.5 million.
Raise.
And let's hope that we've got pocket 10s or we've got ace king out there. There we go. We get a call from Mark. He's only got 1.3 million behind, so he's all in on the flop regardless. Geeky would love to call and have a gamble. Please shovel in, Geeky. You know that I do this light in this spot. Please shovel your money in. You're a very nice guy, but I want all your money.
Crap here, how we got these horns. They're special.
That's a call.
Gotta win some shit for that.
Geeky calls, and we get 4 calls with a ridiculously large overbet. And that's as bad a flop as I could have hoped for.
Check.
Markle didn't show his. I know Markle would lead into that if he'd hit the ace. So Markle hasn't hit the ace. This is getting more and more interesting. I've got the jack of clubs, which is something, but there's no way they've all got cards below a jack. I can't believe this is getting checked round. Do we take a stab? Do we take a stab? The queens fold. The kings might fold. I think we do.
On you.
I think we take a stab.
Bet.
Hard to call without the flush here. Mark's got a lot of hands that I'm beating. He might fold a king that I'm losing to.
Fold.
Geeky, I think, would have bet with a flush there. Don't think he'd have checked that. And I've got no idea about this fella. Even a geeky could even call with a 10-eye flush draw here. Or a jack. And I got outs regardless.
Fold.
Worth putting a bit of pressure on. And we get it through. And we'll show the table because we want action. So hopefully, I mean, I don't like to do that normally, but hopefully that will generate a bit of action.
Pretty ham.
Yeah, I got these for being the first to $1 billion.
Now you're at like 2 billion, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
That's a call. Fold. Call.
That's right, 2 billion.
Fold. Call.
So back to 94s.
Here's the flop. Check. Check. Check.
I think I'm the first to buy
Player
150 million as fast as I did. How about that?
Player check.
Oh no, no! I've seen people buy 500 million,
pretty quick, dude.
500 million in a day and lose it.
Player bets.
Oh,
Yeah. There was a
it takes too long. If there was a way to buy that, I would do that.
yeah. There's a
It just
guy.
takes too long. I was telling Jordan that's the only downfall is I have to sit here and do it so many times.
Oh really?
But I've probably bought 150 million and probably lost 210 million. It's about
Yeah. That's cool. There was a guy who used to.
There should be another button on there, like a $500 for 50
I think
million.
$1,000 for like 65 million is perfect.
Wow.
Well, you pay 100 for 5.
Wow.
I think you need to sweeten the pot a little bit. I think it would need to be like.
You think what?
Like 100 million. I think you sweeten the pot a little bit more. Like give him more value at that.
Grab and touch him
volume.
again. What I would say is, you're right. If you do $1,000, you get 100 million. That'd be perfect.
Raise it up.
That would be the deal.
Then they could say best value.
Yeah. You gotta get some kind of bonus for buying that much.
But I would do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Yeah.
I mean, I would do that a few times though, so I can at least play with you sometimes and not feel like I'm getting, because it's hard to sit at a table if you get 60, 80 million. Someone with a few hundred million, it's like, oh boy, it's harder.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to get in the game, dude. So I gotta check it out. Under's always got my I'm scared.
He's got everyone's number.
Wonder used to absolutely
Got everybody's
crush me,
number.
and then I figured him out.
Bet.
Now he doesn't absolutely crush me. He just
The turn. Player check.
Well, I need to win another
Bet.
20 million in the next 8 minutes to go past Moosers for first. So
I think Wunder's the only one sitting down with a stack bigger than that.
there's a few.
Just put 100 million on. I'll push all in first hand.
Check.
$5 million bomb pot. Just
Fucking disappointing. He's like,
Let's go.
I can't do it, dude.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I want to do it.
So if the table had been like this 2 hours ago, I'd have fancied my chances because this is exactly the kind of table
I'm gonna fucking do it. Fuck it.
where you can win
Fuck
a
it, I'm doing
fortune.
it.
But oh, nice thunder.
I figured that. I had an 8.
Nice
I
hammer.
was chasing the flush and I had the 8.
This is exactly the kind of table where you can suddenly win 40, 50, 60, 100 million. Yeah, some nights you've got to grind your way to a 10 million win. But this is the kind of table. You can lose 100 million here. I could easily lose all of this.
No, I was trying to stay in with it, dude. I needed
Sometimes you have got to take a chance. What have we got? We got 8-10. That's a good enough hand.
Just enough for me to call.
Let's go for it.
That's a call. Fold. That's a call. Call.
Yeah, we got to work Jordan to get that $1,000 buy-in.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd be more than happy with that.
Player
there used to be a guy who probably spent
Here's the flop.
tens of thousands of dollars on
Check.
Yeah. His name was Total Gambler.
Check.
And he was.
Used to be.
I paid a pretty penny, I think. I don't know the exact amount. It's probably more than I've said.
Player checks. The turn.
No, but I'm talking about literally at least 30,000-40,000.
Player bets.
Yeah.
I saw in a month.
That is.
Yeah, you used to sit down with 100
Fold.
million, lose it, come back again, lose it.
I feel like these guys have made so much off of their
He
free
loved
game. It's
gambling.
amazing.
He
Yeah.
was just
Mm-hmm.
any two cards he would be,
Yeah.
chasing.
Fold. You win.
I bet that was fun to play.
Oh, it was.
It was
Come on, I'm trying to give it away.
tasty.
So yeah, we're just going to bet everything until we get called. We've got 5 minutes.
He was lucky. Yeah, I mean, you go to the river and a lot of stuff. Sometimes you catch stuff.
Except for 9-2 under the gun, that is taking the piss. Really, we need the hand to go over quickly so we can get
I
another
play
one.
a little bit more loose than most, just because to me it's not real money. I mean, even on buying the fucking chips, I just, I don't, I take it for granted. So I'll play shit most people won't, but I don't play like horrible shit. But like the last night on that thing, I flopped
in this game.
2 high pocket pair. I had no idea he would have flopped the set. So we're going back and forth. He bet me right, $40 million. I felt confident.
Time is running out. We have 5 minutes.
Where most people have been like, I'm backing out. I was like, I don't.
Looks like second place is going to be ours.
It happens.
I mean, I made all my money playing loose aggressive poker. I think that's successful at these tables.
The turn.
Yeah.
Player checks. Check. Player bets. That's
I'll tell you what, I'll spend so much money, I'll try to talk Jordan to at least let me get a BAM shirt. That's kind of the thing for our company.
Check.
Just a BAM shirt would be good. Or BAM sunglasses or a hat or something. I'd be good with that. You should put in a good word for me, Crab.
22 million. That's all it'll take.
I had you, man.
I got you. All right, let's go all in for 22 million right now, and I'll expect a damn shirt by next week.
I wish I had that much influence.
You were a contra-field. There was another pair on the board.
Oh, there was.
Yeah, there was sevens.
Well, you guys made me fold a 7.
Yikes.
Call. Call.
I'm going to
Call.
bump this up so big.
Call.
This has to be the pot. We've got 4 minutes to go. Got to be this one or nothing.
You ain't got to do all that. You ain't got to do that.
Raise. 3 bet.
Let's go. Let's bingo.
All right, I know what you're doing. Now listen, if I lose this, motherfucker, I need that BAM shirt. All right? We can fucking do anything. Fuck it. Let's go.
Here we go.
Player is all in.
Like BAM?
BAM, B-A-M, building a movement.
That's 10 million. We need another 10 million to call. This guy calls and I win the ring. I mean, it's unlikely, let's be honest.
See what you start, you better not fold.
So 10 million on the line so far. We need you to call, sir. And he folds. Otherwise, I go win the next hand as well. Good luck, mate.
The flop.
Oh, that's a good flop for everyone. Hey, straight flush. Come on.
Oh, spade.
The river.
Nice hand, sir.
Showdown. Flush.
It was a